Okay, please be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. I hope you had a good weekend. And we're going to get started again here. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Lauren Jackson.
Doctor, will you please come forward? And then stand behind the witness chair just next to me. And raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully respond to questions pertaining to this case?
I do.
Please have a seat. And then state your full name and spell it.
My name is Lauren, Lorren.
Oh, please remove your mask. I'm sorry.
First name Lauren, Lorren. Wilson, Wilson. Jackson, Jackson.
All right, Doctor, things to keep in mind when you're testifying. The court reporter is taking down everything that's being said. So you have to answer with a yes or a no instead of shaking your head. Please no or uh-uhs. We can't be talking over each other, so wait until the question's finished before you answer. If an objection is made, stop talking immediately and don't answer the question unless I tell you to. Okay? If you don't understand a question, let the lawyer know. All right. Okay, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Jackson.
Good morning.
Where do you work, sir?
I work at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what's your job title there?
I'm an assistant medical examiner there.
How long have you been an assistant medical examiner?
I've been an assistant medical examiner for 12 years.
And are you a licensed physician?
I am.
And do you have a particular specialty that's associated with the work that you do?
I do. I have a specialty in forensic pathology.
What's your educational background?
Beginning in medical school, I graduated from the University of Arizona College of Medicine in 2002. That included a year as a post-sophomore research fellow in pathology. I then proceeded to the University of California at San Francisco, where I completed a pathology residency there that included a surgical pathology fellowship and a year as a clinical instructor at San Francisco General Hospital. Upon that completion in 2008, I went to the University of New Mexico in the Office of the Medical Examiner in Albuquerque and completed a year as a forensic pathology fellow. And upon completion of that in 2009, I came to Minnesota and I've practiced here ever since.
Do you have any board certifications?
I do.
And describe those for the jury, please.
Yes, I am board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And are you up to date with all of the requirements for being board certified?
I am.
Getting back to your role as an assistant Hennepin County medical examiner, could you describe for the jury what your job duties are?
My job duties revolve around establishing cause and manner of death and medical legal death investigation, particularly in cases of unnatural, unexpected, or violent deaths.
And does that include some investigation as well as some physical exams?
Yes, it includes quite a number of things. Investigation, autopsies. We do a bunch of outreach activities in terms of education, but again, primarily it revolves around identification of remains and establishing cause and manner of death.
And is the purpose of an autopsy to establish cause and manner of death?
That's one of the major goals, yes.
Could you describe for the jury the method and procedure that you follow generally when it comes to the autopsy process?
The autopsy itself or the whole approach?
The approach.
So the approach starts with information gathering. We have medical investigators that work for us that collect information pertaining to an individual's medical history, events that may have unfolded that pertain or might impact the cause and manner of death, the interpretation of that. Meaning we'll get reports from first responders or from law enforcement agents or from next of kin or other witnesses. And we'll collect that information as we proceed. Once we get that information, or as we collect that information, we'll proceed on to the autopsy portion, which is an examination that is external and then internal. And I can detail those if that's what you're asking for.
Sure. You mentioned that there's an autopsy process that involves an external and an internal exam. Is there also toxicological components of that as well?
Yes. So the external portion of our examination includes viewing the body in an as-is state, noting any kind of clothing or medical interventions that might be present on the body, collecting hair and fingernails depending on the type of case, and also performing x-rays depending on the type of case, potentially to look for injuries or retained projectiles that might be present. Once we complete that portion of the as-is examination, we will remove the medical interventions, survey the body again looking for injury or natural disease, take photographs as we go to document any findings. Once we complete that portion, we will clean the body, repeat the examination, again scrutinizing for any forms of injury whatsoever or a natural disease, things that might help us determine cause and manner of death. And that is the external portion of the exam. Upon completion of that, we'll proceed to the internal portion of the exam, which is more what people think of when they think of autopsies. So we will examine the tissues of the body from head to toe internally. We'll go organ by organ, looking for injury, evidence of disease, or other findings. We will collect tissues for microscopic work. We'll collect tissues for potential toxicology studies. Sometimes we will perform, depending on the case, specialty examinations, looking at dissecting the wrists or the back or the neck, looking for injuries that might be hard to see externally.
And you indicated that you documented this process with photographs as you go?
Yes, all the way through the process.
And then do you ultimately draft a report as well?
That is our goal.
And are there certain types of cases within your office that go through a secondary review process with another pathologist?
Yes, all children under 6 and all homicides are reviewed by a second pathologist.
And throughout the course of your career, approximately how many autopsies have you conducted?
I've conducted myself over 1,800 autopsies, and I've assisted or trained other individuals on hundreds more.
Dr. Jackson, I'm going to direct your attention to April 11th of this year. Did you respond to a scene with respect to a death investigation on that date?
I did.
And how did you come to be involved in that case?
So yes, that was a weekend. It was a Sunday, and I was en route to home after work, and I was the doctor on call. And it happened that sometime after about 5 o'clock, I received a call from one of our investigators that there had been an officer-involved shooting in one of our areas that we cover. An officer-involved shooting is the type of case where a doctor does respond with the medical investigator. So we arranged a meeting point and carpooled to the scene. And when we got there, we met up with one of the investigators from the BCA who had jurisdiction in the case.
So where approximately did you respond?
The site was in Brooklyn Center, and it was on 63rd Avenue North, I believe, at the corner of Catherine Drive.
And you indicated that you responded with someone else from your office. Who was that?
That was Stephanie Erickson, one of our investigators.
And approximately what time of day was it when you arrived on scene?
So I got the call after 5. The placard, which we fill out when we arrive at the site of the body, was the time on that was 6:11 p.m., I believe.
And you indicated that photos are typically taken by your office. Does that include also photos of your arrival on scene and observations on scene?
Yes, part of our field examination includes photography of the scenes of the body and things around the body.
In addition to the photographs during the autopsy process?
Correct, and separate from.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer exhibits 99, 102, 103, 105, 107, 108, 110, 114, 116, 118, 119 through 125, 127, 141, 143, 145, 146 for demonstrative purposes, 147 through 149, 152, 155, 157, 158, and 160.
Is there
58 and 160.
Is there any objection to those exhibits?
Objections were noted.
Yes, okay. And I ruled on those objections. Those exhibits will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to read the instruction on demonstrative evidence. The state is about to introduce a computer-generated animation. This does not serve as proof of any facts in itself. It is presented only to aid your understanding of a witness's testimony or other evidence here in court. If the animation is not consistent with your evaluation of the testimony or other evidence, you should disregard the animation and determine the facts from the underlying testimony or other evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just to be clear for the record, all of the exhibits are offered substantively with the exception of 146, which is offered for demonstrative purposes. At this time, I would ask that we put Exhibit 99 on screen, please. All right, Dr. Jackson, do you see a photograph in front of you?
I do.
And looking at that photograph, could you describe what you observed when you arrived on scene on April 11th?
Yes, we came in from the west. This is a view looking east, and what we see here as we approach the scene were two damaged vehicles, some debris in the middle of the roadway, a number of squad cars. Off in the distance there are police tape markers there. We did notice media present and a large crowd gathered beyond the barrier.
And then if we could put Exhibit 102 on the screen, please. You described observing vehicles. Was there also a tent location that was set up behind one of those vehicles?
Yes, adjacent to this white vehicle, which was reportedly the decedent's vehicle, is a greenish-colored tent that was erected over the body for privacy purposes.
And did you ultimately enter the tent?
We did.
And what information did you have at that time when you arrived on scene and went into the tent to look at the body?
We were briefed by a special agent from the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and got a little bit more information, namely that a short distance down the road from here, the decedent had been pulled over at a traffic stop and was injured, shot, and managed to drive his vehicle a short distance, and it crashed here. At this point where you see it, the individual was unresponsive in the car, removed from the car by law enforcement, if I recall, and pulled a short distance to the grassy yard where the tent was erected over him sometime later.
And did you learn the identity of the individual who had passed away?
We had a tentative identity of Daunte Wright.
And was that identity later confirmed?
It was later by fingerprints.
If we could put Exhibit 103 on the screen, please. You indicated that you entered the tent. What was the condition of Daunte Wright's body at that time?
This is the view we saw, less the placard that we put on the body, but the body was lying in the grass, covered by a sheet, as depicted here. We could see some clothing emerging from the sheet, and there were some medical interventions and other wrappers on the ground.
If we could put Exhibit 105 on the screen, please. Could you describe what you did after observing the body with the sheet?
Yes, after this is the field examination portion of our work, and we removed the sheet, exposed the body as you see it here. Again, looking at different medical interventions that are present, the clothing that is somewhat disturbed, likely due to medical intervention, the process of medical intervention there. And we've placed our placard with pertinent information known at the time over the body for this identification photo.
And then you indicated that the placard had a time. Is that the 1811 that's noted there?
Yes.
And would that be 6:11 p.m.?
Correct.
And the ME staff noted there, S. Erickson. Is that Stephanie Erickson from your office?
That is correct.
Could we put Exhibit 107 on the screen, please? Did you make some closer observations of the body on the scene?
Yes, we did. We've taken a number of photos. This particular photo is a close-up of the left side of the decedent's body, and what's depicted here are a number of medical interventions. The one centered in the photo is a clear adhesive patch in occlusive dressing that's placed over a gunshot wound. There's some dark discoloration that you can see there in this image, and that is dried blood, essentially.
And after observing the body on scene, what did you do next? If we could put up Exhibit 108 so you could describe.
So after we complete our field examination, which entails, again, looking at the body and the items surrounding it and on it, we'll gently roll the body and examine the back, again, searching for potential injury. Once we have completed our field exam, we will bag the hands, which means putting paper bags over the hands to potentially preserve any trace evidence that might be there. Then we'll carefully put the body in a body pouch and seal it with a zip-locking tag, which is pictured here. This is the yellow tag going through the zipper pulls, and that's labeled with the decedent's medical, or the decedent's ME number, which we've established, the date and time of the bag seal, and initialed by the witnesses.
And when you describe the date and time of this seal and initialed by the witnesses, is this here that seal that you're describing?
Yes, it is.
And it indicates 4/11/21/1835. Would that be 6:35 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does that time indicate?
That is the time that I filled out that bag tag and sealed it on the pouch.
So would that have been the approximate time you had bagged the body?
Yes, directly. It would be 1 minute before that we put the body in the bag.
And then the initials noted there, whose initials are those?
Those are Stephanie Erickson, the investigator, and LJ, my initials.
And after you sealed up the body, what was done with the body?
So in the field, this is a picture of the bag as we saw it the following morning, but after we seal the bag in the field, the body is transported to our office, and we have a transport company that actually effected this move, and they arrived shortly after we did at the scene.
And was it the next day, on April 12th, when you began the autopsy process?
Yes.
Did you start with x-rays on the morning of April 12th?
Yes, in cases of gunshot wounds, we identify potential sites of injury and get x-rays of those so we can identify potential locations of bullets to make recovery easier the following day. So that did occur the morning of the 12th.
And if we could put Exhibit 110 on the screen, please. Could you describe for the jury what's shown here?
Yes, these are side-by-side images of Daunte Wright's chest, and you can see there's a number of things going on here. On the left-hand image, which is an anterior-posterior or front-facing view, you can see a number of wires of medical interventions. On the decedent's right side, which is the left side in this view, we're looking at the images. If we're looking at the patient, you can see a bright white object, and that is a retained projectile.
And if you could use, there's either a stylus like this or your finger to circle the item that you're describing on that image, please.
Yes, there I circled the retained projectile.
And then after taking these x-rays, did you, slightly later in the morning, start the full autopsy exam process?
Yes.
And did that include, as you described earlier, examining the body as it was before cleaning and doing additional further examination?
Yes, that's standard procedure.
Could we put Exhibit 114 on the screen, please? Could you describe what's shown here, please, in Exhibit 114?
Yes, we take pictures of the body as is. So this is after I have broken the seal on the body bag, and without disturbing the body or any of the contents, we take the as-is photograph. So this is a view of the lower half of the decedent's body. You can see jeans there. There's a single shoe on the left foot, a sock on the right.
And the condition of the clothing and body as it is depicted here, was that as it was on scene when you had observed the body the day before?
Yes.
Could we put Exhibit 116 on the screen, please? What's shown here?
So this is a photograph that is one image more superior or towards the head relative to the picture we just saw. I've placed a privacy towel over the decedent's privates, and what we're seeing here again is a view of the body similar to that as we saw in the field. You can see medical interventions, clothing as we saw it in the field, and particularly medical interventions overlying gunshot wounds of the chest here.
So at this point, all of those medical interventions are still attached to the body, is that right?
Yes, this is the very as-is photograph, so we haven't manipulated those interventions in any way.
If we could put Exhibit 118 on the screen, please. And could you please, for the jury, just describe the difference between an entrance wound and an exit wound?
In general?
In general, and then as applied to the images that we see.
Yes. In general, entrance gunshot wounds have a circular or oval appearance. There's usually some missing tissue in the center of the wound. There can be abrasions around the edge of the wound. This particular image that we're looking at here does show a wound that has those features. We will see a cleaned up version of this in subsequent images.
And when you say those features, is what you observe here consistent with an entrance wound?
They are, yes.
And then if we could put Exhibit 119 on the screen, please. Could you describe what's shown here, please?
So this is the picture of the right side of the chest, again with the occlusive dressing peeled back, showing an area of injury. It's difficult to see here due to the presence of blood, but this is the opposite injury.
And when you say opposite injury, would you characterize that as, how would you characterize that?
Yes, we will see that the injury on the left side of the chest is an entrance wound, and this will be shown to show features of an exit gunshot wound. It happened when we peeled back this dressing that you could actually palpate or feel the bullet directly below the skin adjacent to this wound. So that was a definite clue that this was the exit side.
And then after removing the medical interventions, removing the seals, documenting that process as you went along, did you ultimately clean the body and then continue to do further investigation or examination?
Yes.
If we could put Exhibit 120 on the screen, please. Could you describe what's shown here, please?
So this is a view of Mr. Wright's chest from the front, and pictured here are the entrance and exit wounds. May I mark?
Yes, you may.
These areas. So again, on the left side here and on the right side here are the gunshot wounds in question that we've looked at initially.
And what, if anything, is significant to you about the positioning of these two injuries?
Other than the fact that they are on the front side of the chest, the anterior side of the chest, and there's a little swelling around these wounds beneath the skin, suggestive of hemorrhage, those are the major findings.
And I'll ask you some more about this as we go on to your internal examination, but looking at the body externally, did this give you any indication with respect to trajectory or a bullet path?
Yes, again, given the fact that there was a bullet present on the right side of the decedent's body and an entrance defect on the left side, it suggested a rightward progression of the bullet through the body.
And if you could just indicate with your finger the direction of travel that you're describing.
Yes, so a bullet entering approximately near this red dot, but below it, would have traveled in this general direction here, as I've indicated.
And then if we could put exhibits 121 and 122 on the screen next to each other. If Your Honor, if you could clear the screen, please. Thank you. Could you please describe for the jury what's shown in exhibits 121 and 122?
Yes, so this is a left side view of the body in the left-hand photograph. We've looked at this from the front and with the occlusive dressing peeled partly off. What we're seeing here is the cleaned version. On the right-hand side is a zoomed-in image of the wound on that left side of the body.
And as part of your autopsy process, when it comes to gunshot wounds, do you typically look for things like soot or stippling on the body?
Absolutely. In addition to trying to assess what an entrance or an exit wound might be, we try to assess for clues as to range of fire. And sometimes these are present, sometimes they are not. When we have, for instance, evidence of a muzzle abrasion, so markings on the skin suggestive of contact with a gun, then we know it's a contact range of fire. If we find evidence of soot or gunpowder deposition or gunpowder stippling, which is a punctate or dot-like abrasions on the skin that occur based on the impact of gunpowder, we can say that it was a intermediate range of fire, so between contact and 2 or 3 feet at most. In this case, we found none of those identifiers, not on the skin and not on the clothing, so we settled on indeterminate range of fire, given the lack of specific evidence.
And just to clarify, when you say you saw none of those, you did not see soot or stippling, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you say indeterminate, maybe you could just describe to the jury, what does it mean to have an indeterminate range of fire?
So indeterminate range of fire simply means that we don't have specific clues as to a definite range of fire, so it leaves it open to the possibility of interpretation.
If we could put exhibits 123 and 124 on the screen, please, next to each other. Dr. Jackson, exhibits 123 and 124 are on the screen. Could you please describe what's shown here?
Yes, the image on the left shows a gunshot-related defect, on the right side of the body, and the image on the right is a close-up photograph of that same injury.
And how would you describe this? I know you had initially used the term maybe partial exit wound. Do you have another way of describing this injury as well?
Yes, let me just explain what a partial exit wound is. If the bullet goes in and out of the body, you have a classic exit wound. And in this instance, because the bullet made a defect, made a hole in the skin, but did not leave the body, we call this a partial exit, and this occurs when there's not enough velocity for the bullet to escape the body. We see this on occasion. Other features of this injury that we see are areas of red-brown abrasion and that are present on the edges of the wound, and this is something that is consistent with what we call a shored exit. And this can occur when the skin is pinched between the bullet, which is pushing outward on the skin, and rubbing against some other object. In this case, it's likely the decedent's clothing, such that the skin gets pinched there and a rub spot occurs or an abrasion is formed.
Now, Dr. Jackson, before we get to your internal exam, I'd like to ask about the rest of the body. Did you also examine the rest of the body for injury?
Yes.
And if we could put exhibit 125 on the screen, please. Could you describe what's shown in Exhibit 125, please?
Yes, this exhibit shows a close-up of the decedent's face and neck area. And on this image, which is a cleaned image, we can see areas of abrasion on the right nostril region and what is a laceration with some abrasion below the right lip.
And if we could put Exhibit 127 on the screen, please. Could you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a picture of the decedent's lower lip, and on that right aspect of the lower lip, you can see a laceration that's actually communicated with the abraded-looking lesion on the prior image.
And how would you characterize these injuries to the face that you saw in Exhibits 125 and 127 on the lip and the nose?
I would call these superficial blunt force injuries.
And when you say superficial, what does that mean?
I would say that these injuries are non-life threatening, particularly with respect to comparison with the gunshot wound.
Are they consistent with the circumstances that you were aware of surrounding the time of death, including a potential vehicle collision?
Yes.
Were these injuries significant in any way with respect to your finding of cause and manner of death?
No, the blunt force injuries that we identified on the body did not contribute to the cause of death.
And did you also examine the rest of the body for other injuries as well?
Yes.
Did you find some other superficial injuries?
Yes, there were other superficial abrasions and some bruises or contusions.
Bruises and contusions, were those on things like the arms and legs?
Yes.
Could you just provide sort of a general overview of the types of things that you saw?
Yes, so small abrasions were found on the arm and forearm on the left side. For instance, these appeared much like rug burns in terms of their degree of depth. So again, superficial injuries. There were some minor abrasions on the right and left sides of the back, very much like simple scratches. And there were some contusions or bruises on the lower extremities as well, around the knees and the thigh on the left side.
Were any of those injuries that you observed that you described as superficial, were any of them significant with respect to your findings of cause and manner of death in this case?
No.
Would they all be consistent with the circumstances surrounding death, including a vehicle collision?
Certainly the collision or the process of extrication and resuscitation.
And when you discuss extrication, did you also observe some dirt or grass on the body as well before it was cleaned?
Yes, there were a few streaks, linear marks, as if someone had been pulled across dirt, yes.
And again, were those consistent with what you understood to be the circumstances surrounding the collision and the extrication from the car?
Yes.
All right, getting back to, what was the most significant injury with respect to your exam?
Far and away, the gunshot wound to the chest was the most significant injury.
Now, getting back to that gunshot wound, you told the jury a little bit about your external exam and your observations there. Was the trajectory in that bullet path further evidenced by the internal exam that you conducted?
Yes.
And then, with respect to that internal exam, did you follow that same protocol, that same procedure that you described earlier?
Yes.
And did that include examining the inside of the body and the organs as well?
Yes.
And conducting that part of the exam, were you also able to determine what organs had been struck by the projectile inside Daunte Wright's body?
Yes.
And then did you ultimately recover a projectile as well?
I did, yes.
And where was that projectile recovered from, approximately?
Yes, so that projectile was recovered from the skin, or below the skin, on the right side of the chest wall near the fourth intercostal muscle, and that's between the level of fourth and fifth ribs, approximately.
If we could put Exhibit 141 on the screen, please. Could you describe what's shown there, please?
Yes, so this is an image. We've progressed to the internal portion of the examination, and this is a view of Mr. Wright's chest with the skin reflected. So what we're looking at are the ribs and the breastbone, and you can see areas of hemorrhage on the left and right side of the body that are consistent with the points of entry and exit of the bullet through the chest wall.
And could you just indicate on the screen where those areas of hemorrhage are, please?
Yes, so these are the dark areas present here, and on the right side in this vicinity.
Okay. And then was there could you indicate the approximate area where the projectile was recovered as well?
Yes, the projectile would have been recovered. So the defect in the muscle on the right side is approximately here, so the projectile was recovered near where I made an attempted asterisk.
And then if we could put, just a moment, if we could put Exhibit 143 on the screen, please. Could you describe what's shown here?
Yes, so this might be a little bit disorienting. This is a view of the chest plate that we've removed, and it's viewed from the inside. So what we're seeing here are the ribs, and we're seeing the perforations through the muscles and the bone on the left-hand side. And there's a probe that's inserted to demonstrate the approximate path of the bullet. And again, this is inside the chest, so the left side is the decedent's left side and the right side is the decedent's right side.
And do you, through the course of your work, sometimes use rods or probes like this to help you establish trajectory or a bullet path?
We do.
And if we could put Exhibit 145 on the screen, please. Could you describe what's shown here, please?
Yes, this is a review or an the exhibit that shows the damage to the front of the heart, and there is a gap in the tissue covering the right ventricle, the left ventricle, and the muscular septum that divides the two ventricles.
And when you say gap in the tissue, maybe you could just describe what you mean by that.
Yes, there is normally, instead of being able to see inside of the heart, there's tissue and blood vessels that would span this gap, this defect that we're seeing in the heart wall. They're missing here in this image.
And in a normal heart, a healthy heart, would that all be covered up?
Correct. It would look more like the surfaces that you're seeing at the very top of the image.
Okay. We could put Exhibit 146 on the screen, please. Now, using this image, could you please describe what organs were impacted and what you observed on the inside of the body with respect to the trajectory?
Yes, I selected this diagram, and I would point out that it is a diagram in 2 dimensions, so it doesn't capture exactly the orientation in the body, but it does show the general pattern of injury. So there is an arrow superimposed over the heart and lungs depicted in this diagram. The entrance point was somewhere near the base of the arrow, and the bullet was recovered somewhere near the tip of the arrow. So you can see, even though that the wound direction was shallow through the chest, as we saw in the previous image, it did cross areas of the left lung, the heart, and the right lung.
Again, members of the jury, remember this is demonstrative evidence. It will not go back to the jury room with you.
Dr. Jackson, I know I didn't show you photographs of the lungs, but could you describe for the jury the damage to the organs in the body that you observed consistent with this demonstrative exhibit?
Yes, both the left lung and the right lung, the anterior portions, or the portions abutting the chest wall in the front, were damaged, almost a graze wound, but very superficially injured by the bullet. The majority of the injury was to the heart.
Did you also recover a substantial amount of blood from inside Mr. Wright's body during this process?
Yes.
Approximately how much blood did you recover?
So the combined volume from both sides of the chest, so around the right and left lungs and the heart, were over 3 liters of blood.
And 3 liters. Why is that significant?
That's significant because an individual of Mr. Wright's size would have approximately 4.5 to 5.5 liters of blood in his entire body, and when you lose half of that rapidly, your condition becomes critical.
And when you say critical, what does that mean?
It's a life-threatening situation.
With respect to timing, was this gunshot wound, the injuries that you observed through the heart and the lungs, was that a survivable injury?
As a forensic pathologist, I would say no.
How long does it take for someone to die after being shot through the lungs and heart like this?
Injuries like this, we refer to survival times in terms of seconds to minutes in these types of injuries.
And with respect to loss of consciousness, how long does it take for someone to lose consciousness after an injury like this?
Well, one can lose consciousness within 10 to 15 seconds after blood supply is cut off to the brain.
Now, Dr. Jackson, do you have, throughout your experience as an assistant medical examiner, experience with a variety of different types of ammunition of different calibers?
Yes, that's part of our training.
And have you observed and recovered projectiles of both large and small caliber?
Yes.
If we could put exhibits 147 and 148 on the screen next to each other, please. You indicated that you recovered a projectile. Could you just describe what's shown here, please?
Yes, so this is the image on the left and right show front and back views of the projectile that I've recovered. It's a clean view. What we're seeing here is a projectile with an expanded tip. It's a copper-colored jacketed projectile with a lead color core, and the image on the left shows the base view of the projectile, which had a measured diameter of 9 millimeters.
And with respect to your measurements, would that be consistent with a 9 millimeter round?
Certainly would, and those are measurements I made at the time of autopsy.
And when you describe the expansion or the condition of the bullet, maybe you could contrast that with other bullets that you've seen.
Well, I think what we're seeing here is a bullet that does show an expanded tip, and some people call this mushrooming, the appearance that we're seeing here. Others see a petal-like arrangement, and this can happen in certain types of ammunition.
And would that be consistent with a hollow point round?
Yes, hollow points often look like this.
And what, if anything, in your experience as an assistant Hennepin County medical examiner, is significant about a round of ammunition that displays this type of effect, this pedaling or mushrooming?
I think the main thing is these bullets oftentimes stop within the body, which is consistent with what we found here.
And again, is the condition of this bullet and the injuries that you saw, is the condition of the bullet consistent with the injuries that you saw?
Yes.
Including the damage to the heart and the lungs?
Yes, a bullet like this could cause the injuries that we've observed.
You also described an examination of clothing. Did you examine Mr. Wright's clothing in this case as well?
Yes, I did.
If we could put exhibits 149 and 152 on the screen next to each other, please. Could you describe what's shown here, please?
Yes, this is Mr. Wright's shirt, the shirt that he wore presumably under his jacket. I've put it in place on a mannequin so that we could photograph it, and there are defects on the left and right sides depicted here. They're small, but they're present.
And when you say defects, could you circle them or indicate them, please, on the screen?
Yes, so on the left-hand image, I'm going to circle an area on the front left side of the shirt, I put a piece of white gauze behind the hole, the defect, to illustrate where that is. And on the image on the right, which is the right-hand side of the shirt, I will circle this image here. That is an area of a defect in the fabric, or a hole in the fabric.
So when you say defect, does that mean hole in this case?
Yes, they're interchangeable.
And were those holes consistent with the trajectory and the injuries that you observed?
Yes, they approximately recapitulate the injuries that we saw on the body.
And then if we could put Exhibit 155 alone on the screen, please. Did you also examine a jacket as well that Mr. Wright was wearing?
Yes, this is the jacket as placed again on the mannequin.
And with respect to the red substance on the clothing, was that consistent with blood?
Yes.
And then if we could put Exhibits 157 and 158 next to each other on the screen, please. Did you also examine the jacket for defects or holes?
Yes, and holes were found near the pockets on both sides of the front of this jacket.
And if you could indicate them on the screen.
Yes, so on the left, circled here, is a hole with frayed margins that is present near the front left pocket. And on the right image is a defect that I found in the lining of the pocket, the right pocket. And again, I put white gauze behind that to make it photo worthy.
Now, obviously, Dr. Jackson, the pocket line of someone's clothing might not be typically where you would expect to find the heart. Could you describe if these defects or holes would be consistent with clothing being bunched up or raised up on the body?
Yes, certainly, depending on where the clothing was positioned, they could be consistent with the pattern. And we do have them on the left and right sides of the garment. And again, that, like we saw in the shirt, it is similar and supports the same pattern we saw on the body.
Now, during your autopsy examination, did you collect a number of samples as well?
I did.
Things like blood and hair, nail clippings, and fingerprints? Is that
Yes.
right? And you indicated that you also collected these, this projectile as well as the clothing, is that right?
Correct.
And were those items all provided to the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension?
Yes, they were.
And then with respect to the toxicology testing in this case, did you also collect femoral blood and urine for toxicology testing in the afternoon of April 12th?
Yes, during the course of the autopsy.
And then did you order testing on those samples as well?
I did.
And what screens were done on the blood?
So we did a comprehensive screen on the blood, and that includes an expanded panel and additional studies. And our aim was to potentially survey for as many possible drugs as possible in this case.
Did that include looking for hundreds of drugs?
Yes, hundreds of drugs were sought after, yes.
And what, did you get the results of those tests?
We did.
And what, if any, compounds were found from the testing of the femoral blood?
Cannabinoids were the only thing found in the decedent's system.
And when you say cannabinoids, is that THC and its metabolites?
Exactly that, yes.
And are those related to marijuana?
They are.
Were those toxicology results that you received in any way significant with respect to your determination of cause and manner of death?
No, they were not.
And then on exam, did you find any natural disease or natural defect that would have caused Mr. Wright's death?
No, the only thing we found were injury-related changes associated with the gunshot wound.
And now, Dr. Jackson, based on your training and experience, did you ultimately determine a cause of death for Daunte Wright in this case?
Yes.
And what was the cause of death?
The cause of death in this case was gunshot wound of the chest.
And did you also determine a manner of death for Daunte Wright?
Yes, this is certified as a homicide.
And what is the definition of homicide with respect to your work?
Homicide is death at the hands of another.
And how did you make the determination that Daunte Wright died by homicide?
The examination of the wound and the history provided supported that he was shot by another individual and succumbed to those injuries.
And if we could put Exhibit 160 on the screen, please. Dr. Jackson, is this a copy of your office's final ME report for Daunte Wright?
Yes.
And that's based on your findings, but signed by the chief medical examiner in your office?
That's correct. That's routine policy. Yeah.
And with respect to manner of death, focusing on this area here, what is indicated as the manner of death?
Manner of death is homicide.
And what's the immediate cause that's indicated?
Gunshot.
I object to this. He's gone over this 3 times now. The cause and manner of death.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
You may answer, Dr. Jackson.
The immediate cause of death is gunshot wound of the chest.
And then did you also indicate how the injury occurred?
Yes.
And how was that?
And we've listed here, decedent was shot by another person, and in parentheses, law enforcement officer.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Counsel, you may cross. You may cross.
Okay. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
With respect to the homicide and cause and manner of death, that has nothing to do with criminal statutes, is that right?
That is correct. Our manner is a medical opinion.
Okay, and it's quite obvious that the cause of death in this case was a gunshot wound to the chest, correct?
Agreed.
And I notice in your autopsy, your final autopsy, excuse me, you wrote 20-year-old man who was shot by a police officer after a traffic stop and subsequently drove his car a short distance before colliding with another vehicle. Is that the information you received when you came on the scene?
That's correct.
And the marijuana found in the system, did you send that to a lab or some other place to determine how much marijuana was in the system?
Well, as a part of the normal toxicology studies, they do quantify those numbers, the numbers of marijuana or anything they do find, yes.
And do you know what we quantify what the result was?
They're in my report.
Okay, and what are they?
If I may refer to my report.
Sure.
So in the femoral blood, we found 11-hydroxy delta-9 THC, which is a metabolite. The level present was 6.9 nanograms per milliliter. There was delta-9 carboxy THC, which is an inactive metabolite. This was present at a concentration of 120 nanograms per milliliter. And delta-9 THC, which is the active ingredient in marijuana, the level was 43 nanograms per milliliter.
And the active ingredient, what you mean by that is that's what affects you when you take the marijuana?
Yes.
And it's 43, a high reading?
43 is a number within the normal range of individuals reported that use marijuana.
Okay. Use marijuana regularly or right before the death?
That's difficult to ascertain based on just the numbers alone.
I don't know if you answered my question. Is that a high reading based on your experience, toxicology-wise?
It's on the high end of numbers that I see, yes.
Okay, thanks. And you testified that Mr. Wright was conscious for seconds after he was shot. Fair statement?
No, I said the injuries he sustained, he could survive for minutes, seconds to minutes, and then if blood supply is cut off to the brain, then one can be rendered unconscious in a short time, matter of seconds.
Yes, that's what I meant. You do know in this case, from what you were briefed on, that Mr. Wright said you shot me. Did you know that?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Pardon me?
I'm not aware of statements uttered by the
In
decedent.
any event, as you reported, he drove off after the shot. Is that what you learned?
That was reported, yes.
And he could have driven off like that for up to a minute. Fair statement?
Judge can call some speculation.
He's the expert judge.
The objection is overruled.
So he could have driven off like that and been alive for up to a minute. Fair statement?
I would say that's possible.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Is there any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Jackson, you were asked about what might possibly happen to a body under these circumstances. If you could just describe to the jury what physiologically happens to the body when a heart is shot with a gunshot.
In my profession, we don't see directly what happens to individuals. We are called in after the fact. But from my medical training, when an individual loses significant blood, they tend to become unconscious, or they could exhibit altered mental status.
And when you say loses significant blood, did you recover a significant amount of blood from inside Daunte Wright's body?
Yes,
Consistent with blood loss that you're describing.
correct.
And when you see someone lose blood in the amount of 3 liters, what do you expect to happen to them physiologically?
I expect physiologically for the heart to be unable to pump blood to the organs, and I expect to see organs that shut down and loss of function occurring.
And when you expect to see that the heart isn't pumping blood and the organs are not functioning, what does that look like from the outside?
Could you clarify what you're asking?
Sure. If the heart is not able to pump blood to the organs and the body is losing blood, what happens to an observer? What does the observer see is happening to the body?
I think the person observing might see someone that appears unconscious or unresponsive, if that's what you're asking.
Yes. So you'd expect someone that was shot through the heart to be unconscious within a matter of seconds. Is that fair?
Object that as leading, Your Honor. It's also repetitious.
Objection is sustained.
I'll move on, Your Honor. With respect to marijuana or the THC levels that you saw, you indicated that those were potentially on high levels of what you've seen. Is that right?
Yes.
In the course of your career of doing 1,800 plus autopsies, have you ever ruled a death, an overdose as a result of marijuana use?
I have not.
So when you say that these levels are insignificant with respect to your cause and manner of death finding, what does that mean?
That means relative to the injury sustained during the gunshot wound, there is no significant importance to the level of THC found in the decedent's system.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further?
You understood, did you not, Doctor, that when I was asking about the marijuana, I was not implying that this was the cause of death. I was just asking what was in his blood, correct?
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
All right. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
The state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, at this time the state calls Melissa Warren.
Okay, good morning. Please stand behind the witness chair and raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in this case?
I do.
Please have a seat. Remove your mask. I'm going to give you some rules for testifying. The court reporter is taking down everything being said, so you have to answer with a yes or no instead of shaking your head. No, or because that's not a clear record. If you don't understand a question, let the lawyer know. Only one person can speak at a time, so wait until the question's finished before you answer. And finally, if an objection is made, stop talking. Don't answer the question unless I tell you to.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Counsel?
Ms. Warren, could you state your occupation for the record?
I work at the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension in the Forensic Science Lab, and I am the technical leader of our crime scene team.
How long have you been employed by the BCA?
I've worked there just over 11 years.
Could you please tell the jury about your education and training?
My education, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from the University of Minnesota Twin Cities. And my training in forensics, most of it has come from my employment at the BCA. I have training in mitochondrial DNA, which is part of our missing persons group, nuclear DNA, forensic hair comparisons, which I obtained out at Quantico, the FBI lab, and a lot of crime scene training. My training is to be a team leader is in evidence collection, processing, and report writing.
I just want to take a step back for a moment. Can you discuss the duties of the BCA Crime Lab generally?
Yes, our crime lab is made up mostly of scientists. They examine items of evidence to assist in investigations of criminal cases. And we have multiple different sections. So we have a biology section that focuses on DNA and body fluid identification. We also have a latent print section, firearms and tool marks, trace evidence, drug chemistry, toxicology, and then our crime scene team is also part of the forensic lab.
Is the crime scene lab an accredited lab?
Yes, we are.
And does the crime lab go through an evaluation process to maintain that accreditation?
Yes, we do.
And as part of that evaluation or audit process, is your work or proficiency or competency also evaluated?
Yes, it is.
And how often is that done?
We have a full accreditation audit every 4 years, and then a surveillance visit every year, and then we also do an internal audit every year.
Okay. As a crime scene team leader, could you describe your present duties?
Sure. As a team leader, I lead a team of scientists out at crime scenes. I lead them in everything from documentation of the crime scene, so that would be photography, video, also note-taking about our observations and diagramming. And then I lead them in crime scene processing, so things like latent prints, collection of samples for DNA, things like that, and then also evidence collection and packaging.
And overall, would you agree that you've been trained on a number of skills personally in forensic science?
Yes, I have.
And that would include these subject matter of collecting and handling evidence and collecting DNA, testing DNA.
Yes.
Would you also agree that you're trained in bloodstain pattern analysis?
Yes, I am.
All right. Now, you've testified in court as an expert before.
Yes, I have.
All right. Now, on what sort of cases does the crime scene team respond to?
Our team responds to homicides, death investigations, missing persons cases, officer-involved shootings or use of force cases, and also clandestine grave recoveries.
When you respond to a scene, what duties does that typically entail?
Responding to a scene, the duties I have are, again, leading the team, making sure that everything is documented appropriately. So overall photographs and video are taken, items of evidence are identified and marked as items of evidence, and those are also photographed. I lead the team in the processing of anything that we need to process depending on the scene circumstances, and then the collection of the evidence, the packaging of the evidence. I'm also responsible for ensuring that evidence is sealed appropriately, brought back to our laboratory for secure storage, and then I coordinate with our agents on the forensic testing of those items.
Okay. I want to talk about one more topic generally before we get into the April 11th, and this is just about the process by which you collect an item and keep track of it. Could you describe how that work is done?
Sure. So when an item is identified at a scene and we decide that we're going to collect it, we put an item number next to it and have a photo taken of that item with that item number. That item number stays with that item from the crime scene through the forensic testing in the lab and all the way to court. Those items are marked on the packaging. We barcode those packages so that they can be tracked throughout the laboratory. And that's pretty much it.
Okay. Why don't we move on to April 11th of 2021? Were you on duty that day?
I was on call that day, yes.
Okay. And what did you respond to a communication that afternoon?
Yes, I did.
What did that communication pertain to?
I received a phone call and was told that there had been an officer-involved shooting in Brooklyn Center.
What did you do in response to that call?
I notified my team that's on call that we were going to be responding to a scene. I do that by sending out a text message, basically, and then we met at the BCA laboratory.
Why do you go to the BCA lab first? Pardon me, the BCA lab, that's in St. Paul, right?
Correct.
Why do you go to the BCA lab first?
We go to the BCA lab so I can get a laboratory case number for the case, and then we also take our crime scene response vehicle out to the scene. That vehicle has everything inside of it that we need for packaging and evidence processing.
Okay. And did you ultimately respond to the scene of the shooting in Brooklyn Center?
Yes, I did.
And was that at the intersection of 63rd Avenue and Catherine Drive?
Yes.
Do you recall when you arrived at the scene?
We arrived at 4:45 p.m.
Okay. And how many people were on your team when you arrived?
It was myself. I had my team member, a technician, an additional team member that I was mentoring for crime scene team leader training, and our photographer.
What did you do when you first arrived?
When we first arrived, we had a briefing with Special Agent Mike Phil.
Okay. And as you came to the scene, did you, based on your training and experience, sort of define what the scene actually was going to be for you?
Yes.
And what was that?
Mike Phil gave us information about...
believe when we left off, the question was, how did you define the crime scene based on the information you obtained?
The briefing information I was given gave us the overall location of where to focus on to look for items of evidence. And we were told that there had been a traffic incident and an officer had fired their firearm. After that, there had been a vehicle collision and the driver of one of the vehicles was deceased on scene.
After you observed the general appearance of the scene, what did you begin to do?
So the first thing that I did was have a walkthrough of the scene so I could observe everything before we started any type of processing or documentation. Then I had overall photographs and video taken of the area, and then I started to identify items of evidence and mark those items so that they could be placed into a diagram, and we started collecting those items at that time.
At some point, were there items located at the scene that you did document and mark?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a specific area where you directed your attention at the scene?
We directed our attention around the Buick vehicle that Mr. Wright was said to have been driving, and also the area where we were told that the traffic stop had occurred.
And did you look for any evidence that you believed to be pertinent to the investigation inside the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you locate something that attracted your attention at that time?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
I found a cartridge case on the front driver's seat of the vehicle.
Okay. And are you familiar with the terminology of discharge cartridge casing, or DCC?
Yes, I am.
Is the item that you found frequently referred to as a discharge cartridge casing, or DCC?
Yes.
Could you unpack for the jury what a discharge cartridge casing is?
Sure. When you load a pistol with ammunition, the ammunition itself is actually called a cartridge. The cartridge is a cartridge case that's holding the projectile or the bullet. So when the firearm is fired, the bullet dislodges from the cartridge case and the bullet goes down the barrel of the gun. And the cartridge case is typically ejected out of the chamber of the gun, and they can be found at shooting scenes.
Okay. And you noted the location of this DCC?
Yes, I did.
And did you mark its location with an evidence marker?
Yes.
Am I correct that you assigned it evidence marker 7?
Yes.
And did you eventually collect the discharge cartridge casing?
Yes, I did.
And that was retained by the BCA throughout this investigation?
Yes.
And that maintained and retained that item number 7 throughout the investigation, correct?
Yes, it did.
Following your on-scene examination of the vehicle, what was done with that white Buick?
The white Buick was tape sealed and then towed to our BCA headquarters processing garage for further examination.
Okay. Was there another damaged vehicle on the scene?
Yes, there was.
What was done with that vehicle?
That vehicle was documented on scene and then was also towed, but not to our processing garage.
In addition to the discharge cartridge casing, were there other items that you collected from the scene?
Yes, we collected various items that we found along 63rd Avenue North.
Okay. And you documented and recovered those items as well?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to the physical items, did your investigation lead to an examination of Mr. Wright?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And at that time, when you arrived, he was placed under a tent?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that the Henry County Medical Examiner came to the scene?
Yes, he did.
And were you present when they were examining the body at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, Mr. Wright's body was transported away from the scene, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what time that occurred?
He was transported at 6:40 p.m.
Okay. Now, did you create a scene map which shows the location of items that you recovered?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And does that also include the location of where you located item number 7, the discharge cartridge casing?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, the state offers Exhibit 161, scene map.
Any objection to 161? 161 will be admitted and you may publish.
Ms. Lauren, the jury has seen a couple of maps without markings on them throughout this trial, but could you describe the location depicted on this image at this time?
Sure. This is a top-down view of 63rd Avenue North running east and west. And at this location here is Catherine Drive.
Okay. And then I just want to direct your attention to the intersection of 63rd Avenue and Catherine Drive. Would you agree that there's a red number 7 at that intersection?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Could you just testify as to where that was located?
Yes, so the white rectangle in the diagram is depicting the location where the Buick sedan was, and the 7 is where our discharge cartridge case, item number 7, was collected from the front driver's seat of that car.
Thank you. You can take that on, Mr. Moore. I now want to go through a few photographs from the scene. In preparation for trial, did you review with me and recognize a series of photographs?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers Exhibits 162 to 174, noting that 166 and 167 are already admitted.
Okay. Any objection to those exhibits?
It would appear 169 and 170 are redundant. Otherwise, no objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted subject to over the objection of defense counsel. And you may publish, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, Ms. Lauren, I will show you Exhibit 162. And what I'll do, Ms. Lauren, is ask you to describe what's shown on the screen in each image to assist the jury in understanding your testimony, okay? This first one, Exhibit 162, could you describe what you see on the screen?
This is a photo taken from 63rd Avenue North facing east. We're facing the area where you can see the white Buick sedan on the northwest corner of Catherine Drive. On the right, you can see our BCA crime scene response vehicle is on scene. And in the center median there, you can see, it's kind of hard to see, but there is a traffic sign that's down in that area.
Let's move to Exhibit 163 to see if that assists. What is shown here in Exhibit 163?
This is that center median on 63rd Avenue North with the down traffic sign.
Okay, and could you assist the jury? And can you, with a pen or finger, circle where you see the down traffic sign?
Here is the broken metal, and here is the sign.
Thank you, and I'm showing you you're identifying the sign right center in the middle of the picture, sort of toward the top third of the image, correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Now Exhibit 164. You'd agree this is just, again, looking east down 63rd at the damaged vehicles?
Correct, yes.
Exhibit 165. Would you agree this is also looking east down 63rd at the damaged vehicles, but a bit closer up to see both of them on the screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Exhibit 166. What is shown here?
This is the front end of the Buick sedan, showing some front end damage, and the driver door was open upon our arrival.
There appears to be some black equipment on the ground in front of the vehicle. Can you identify what that is?
It appears to be a police shield.
Exhibit 167 now, Mr. Miller. What is shown here?
This is the passenger front side of the Buick, showing a defect in the passenger windshield.
Okay. 168. What is shown here?
This is the front driver's side of the Buick, showing the front driver's side seat.
Okay. Exhibit 169. Would you agree this is just a image down, looking down at the ground of the front driver's seat?
Yes.
We're going to see a close-up in a minute, but in this image, can you see the discharge cartridge casing?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I'm now showing Exhibit 171. Could you tell the jury what you see in Exhibit 171?
This is the discharge cartridge case on the front driver's seat, marked as item number 7.
Okay. Exhibit 172. Would you agree that 172 is just an image of the top of the discharge cartridge casing after it was recovered?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 173. What is this shown?
This is a photo of a backpack that was outside of the front driver's door that we were told had been in the vehicle at some point in time.
And what did you do with that bag when you saw it?
We documented the bag, and I looked inside of it quickly to see if there was anything significant inside, and then I put it on the front driver floor to be towed back to the BCA with the vehicle and its contents.
Okay. And then Exhibit 174. And would you agree this is just the tent that was placed around Mr. Wright's body when you were present at the scene?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down, Mr. Miller. Now, you reported that you collected that single discharge cartridge casing from the scene, and you eventually inventoried that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, the State offers Exhibit 200, which I'm going to retrieve in a moment, the discharge cartridge casing.
Any objection to 200? Okay, 200 will be admitted into evidence.
Ms. Lauren, I'm going to show you a few things today. I'm going to try to walk close up to you, probably not hand you anything, just so that you have an opportunity to see it, okay?
Sure.
Ms. Lauren, I've just shown you Exhibit 200. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That is our BCA lab, item number 7, the discharge cartridge case from the front driver's seat.
How long did you remain at the scene?
We were there for just under 3 hours.
Prior to your departure, did you receive several additional physical items from another BCA agent?
Yes, I did.
And what agent was that?
Special Agent Sam McGinnis.
And what did you receive?
I received a toxicology kit from Officer Potter and 2 firearms, one from Officer Johnson and one from Officer Potter.
Okay. And when you received the 2 firearms, did you get information as to how to differentiate them?
Yes, the boxes had markings on them as to which firearm was which, and then there was also a receipt that had information on it that matched each firearm.
Okay. The condition of Sergeant Johnson's firearm, was it loaded, unloaded, or something else?
Sergeant Johnson's firearm was unloaded.
Okay. Did it have a magazine inserted in it?
No, it did not.
And Officer Potter's gun?
Officer Potter's gun contained the firearm and the magazine that had ammunition in it and a 1 cartridge in the box.
Okay. Now, did you assign those firearms evidence numbers as well?
Yes, I did.
And what was Johnson's gun identified as?
Item number 12.
And Potter's gun was identified as?
Item number 13.
Okay. And after you documented and identified those with crime lab numbers, did those leave the scene with you?
Yes, they did.
And were they later inventoried at the BCA?
Yes, they were.
And did you follow your typical protocol of photographing and documenting those items prior to actually putting them in the evidence vault?
Yes, I did.
Okay. If I showed you 2 photographs you took of Sergeant Johnson's firearm, BCA item number 12, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Okay. The state offers exhibits 167 and 177, photographs of Sergeant Johnson's firearm.
Any objections? 167 and 177 will be admitted into evidence.
Yes, please, first 176. Pardon me. To clarify, I may have misspoke. It's 176 and 177. Everyone's head nodded. I just didn't hear myself.
Thank you.
176. I'm showing you Exhibit 176 at this time. What is shown on the screen?
This is Sergeant Johnson's firearm,
Okay.
item 12.
And the Post-it note may be heavily washed out on certain screens. Can you see a Post-it note on the top of this image which has a number on it?
Yes, I do.
And what number is identified there?
12.
12. Okay. The next Exhibit 177, Mr. Miller. What is shown here?
This is the serial number of Sergeant Johnson's firearm.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's now move on to Officer Potter's firearm. If I showed you a series of photographs you took of that firearm, would you recognize them?
Yes, I would.
The state at this time offers Exhibits 178 to 183, photographs of Potter's gun and ammo.
Okay, those exhibits will be admitted into evidence, and you may publish the photos.
Thank you. Let's start with Exhibit 178. What do you see in Exhibit 178, Ms. Lauren?
This is Officer Potter's firearm and the loose cartridge that's in the box, as well as the magazine that was loaded.
Okay. And Exhibit 179. What's shown here?
This is the serial number of Officer Potter's firearm.
180. Is this just an image sort of the loaded magazine, which you can see has live ammunition in it?
Yes.
Exhibit 181. Is this the live round which is taken from the chamber of the firearm?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 182. Is this just a close-up view of the magazine which shows that it's loaded with ammunition?
Yes.
And then Exhibit 183. Could you explain to the jury what is shown in Exhibit 183?
When I received the firearm and did this documentation, I removed all of the cartridges out of the magazine for photo documentation to inventory how many rounds were in the magazine.
And that's what's shown in this image?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Lauren, if I showed you the actual firearm, Potter's firearm, would you recognize it?
Yes.
At this time, the state offers Exhibit 199, Your Honor.
199 will be admitted. Members of the jury, I've already advised you that the gun has been secured and cannot be discharged. Okay.
Ms. Lauren, I'm approaching this Exhibit 199. You can see the sticker there on the top of this box. What do you see in front of you?
I see Officer Potter's firearm. It is a Glock 9mm semi-automatic pistol and the magazine.
If I showed you the ammunition which was removed from Officer Potter's firearm, would you recognize it?
Yes.
State offers Exhibit 202.
No objection. 202 will be admitted.
Now, this might take a second for you to describe this, how this is set up, Ms. Lauren. You agree there's an evidence sticker 202 on there, right?
Yes.
And then here, there's an individual live round. What is shown on this part of the exhibit?
This is the cartridge that was said to be taken out of the chamber of the gun.
Okay. And then there's a collection of live firearms in another part of this exhibit. Would you agree this is the live ammo that was taken from the magazine?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to another topic. You previously testified that Mr. Wright's white Buick was towed, right?
Yes.
Did you ever examine that vehicle again?
Yes, I did.
And when was that?
The following morning on April 12th at around 10 o'clock in the morning.
And where did that search occur?
That occurred at the BCA headquarters processing garage in St. Paul.
And when you began to search the vehicle, was it still secured with the tape that you placed on it the day before?
Yes, it was.
Who was present when you searched the vehicle?
It was myself. I had the same people that were on my team at the scene, except for the technician. So I had a team member that was in team leader training, and also an agent to do the photographs.
What actions were taken beyond photographs when you conducted the search?
So I marked items of evidence inside of the vehicle that I could see clearly and had photos taken of those. And then I also removed all of the contents of the vehicle and separated them out by the area they were found in, and then took photos of those areas and then marked additional items of evidence.
Sure. And you generated a report documenting the search?
Yes.
Okay. And when you searched the vehicle, you did take a substantial number of photographs, correct?
Our photographer did, yes.
Yep. And you've reviewed a set of 7 photographs prior to trial, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers exhibits 184 to 190 photographs of the inside of Wright's vehicle at the time of the search warrant.
Is there any objection to 184 to 190?
Reject 184 to 186.
Oh, okay.
That's redundant.
All right. I've already made rulings on that. I'm going to admit 184 to 190 over the defense objections, and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Prior to showing Exhibit 184, what is the value of taking photographs in the crime lab facility rather than on the scene?
When it's possible, which is usually with vehicles, we just have a more controlled environment in our processing garage. We have better lighting, plus we don't have anyone from the general public around to see the contents when we put them out.
Okay, thank you. 184, Mr. Miller. Could you describe what's shown here?
This is the front driver's seat of the Buick.
Exhibit 185. What's shown here?
This is the front driver floor of the Buick, showing a shoe.
186. What is shown in Exhibit 186?
This is a photo of the Buick taken from the rear driver's side, showing the center console area.
So you'd agree this photograph is essentially taken as someone would be standing outside next to the rear driver's side door, looking past the front driver's seat into the front area of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
187. What is shown in Exhibit 187?
This is a photo of the interior of the vehicle taken from the perspective of the front passenger side.
Exhibit 188. What is shown here?
This is the front passenger side of the vehicle, showing the defect in the passenger side window.
Did you more closely examine the defect in the front passenger side window?
Yes.
Did you recover any physical evidence from that interior of the window?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
I recovered apparent hair from the interior of the defect.
Exhibit 189, Mr. Miller. What is shown here?
This is the front passenger headliner area from the perspective of the driver's side.
Okay. And that was a very clear description to me, but I've seen this image, so I want to be clear. Would it be accurate to say the perspective of this image is perhaps someone who is maybe even seated in the driver's seat or in that area of the driver's seat looking up at what I call like the ceiling of the vehicle above the passenger seat?
Yes, that's correct.
All right.
All right, counsel, we're going to take a break, a 20-minute break. Okay. All right, members of the jury, 20 minutes. Okay, you may step down. All right, counsel, let's take a break. Okay, thank you, Deputy. We're ready. Okay, please be seated. Mr. Lyson, you may continue.
Thank you. Prior to the break, Ms. Lauren, I think we were on our last image that had been admitted. That would be Exhibit 190. And you'd agree that is a photograph of the back seat from the driver's side?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, in addition to searching and photographing the vehicle, did you spend any time examining the apparent blood evidence in the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe what you did?
We have a chemical test that we use on stains that are visually consistent with blood. We take a small sample of the stain, add some chemicals to it, and if it turns pink, it indicates that blood is present. If it doesn't turn colors, we conclude that blood was not detected.
Did you identify certain locations and then swab them to obtain samples of that?
Yes, I did.
And could you explain what you do with those swabs once you collect them?
Once the swabs are collected, we package them in manila envelopes, seal them, put a barcode on them as an inventory, and then securely store them until they can go up to the DNA section.
When you collect a swab of blood, do you assign the location where you collected that from with another specific number?
Yes, we use item numbers for that as well.
Okay. And do you take photographs that mark those locations so we can look back at images you took to identify specifically where you took samples of the blood in the car?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, the State offers Exhibits 191 to 198, photographs of blood samples taken from the vehicle.
Any objection to 191 to 198? Those exhibits will be admitted into evidence and you may publish.
Okay. Now, Ms. Lauren, you'd agree that essentially these 8 exhibits are in pairs. There are 2 photographs per 4 blood samples that you collected, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at the first blood sample. This would be starting with Exhibit 191. Could you describe the location of this blood sample?
This is on the front driver's seat,
Right.
item 22.
And you can see that it's item number 22 in the front driver's seat, yes?
Yes.
Okay, let's just look at Exhibit 192 now. And you agree that is just a close-up image of that item, that blood item number 22?
Yes.
Okay. Now Exhibit 193. What is shown here in Exhibit 193?
These are bloodstains on the front passenger dashboard marked as Area A.
Okay. Let us look now at Exhibit 194. Now, you said that was Area A, but is there a specific item number identified, a specific blood sample identified with a particular BCA lab item number?
Yes, one stain was collected from this area as item 25.
Okay. Exhibit 195. Okay, what area of the vehicle is shown here?
This is that passenger side headliner or ceiling of the vehicle marked as area B.
Okay, now this image is from a slightly different perspective than we saw the headliner from the last image, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that this image perhaps could have been taken by someone leaning down outside the passenger side door looking up at the ceiling of the car?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Exhibit 198. Strike that. 196. What is shown here, Ms. Lauren?
This is a blood stain that was collected from that passenger side headliner as our item number 26.
Okay. Now Exhibit 197, Mr. Miller. You'd agree this is an image looking into the rear of the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 198. This is zooming in on a particular blood sample, correct?
Yes.
And what item number is this?
This is our item number 27.
Okay. You can take that down. Speaking of your lab generally, would you agree that the crime lab conducted some forensic testing of certain items as part of this investigation?
Yes, I did.
And some DNA testing did take place?
Yes.
And the item numbers assigned by you of those blood samples stayed with the swabs of those blood samples throughout the investigation?
Yes.
And the DNA testing was performed by your colleague, forensic scientist Eric Copen?
That is correct.
Okay. In addition to the DNA testing, am I correct that further testing at the BCA included examination and analysis of the firearm that we looked at today?
Yes.
And that examination was performed by another scientist in your lab, Travis Millard?
Correct.
Okay. And both Mr. Copen and Mr. Milan would be in a position to describe their work specifically, correct?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions at this time.
Any cross, counsel?
Good morning, Ms. Loren.
Good morning.
It's Loren, do I have that right?
Lauren.
Lauren, thank you. Paul Lang is my name. I'm one of the lawyers for former Officer Potter. Earl Gray's with me, and Amanda Montgomery. I have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
You were at the scene, and you've described a collection of a lot of evidence, which was your responsibility, correct?
Yes.
And you made a list of all the evidence that you collected, and they are reflected in reports that you authored, correct?
Yes.
And one of the pieces of evidence that you collected is labeled number 21 on your report, and it's denoted as, quotes, one plastic bag containing evidence classified as plant material. You remember collecting that, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And the plant material was taken from the driver's floor in the center console. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you did that, I assume, or one of your techs did that, right?
Yes.
And you found that the plant material was familiar in terms of its appearance, was it not?
Yes.
It was marijuana, at least visually, correct?
It appeared to be consistent with that, yes.
And then you also found another piece of evidence, number 24, and the type and packaging according to your report is one plastic bag containing evidence classified as an item of evidence. And you described number 24 as a, quotes, digital scale from the center console. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor, sidebar.
The objection is sustained. The jury will disregard the question that was just asked. You may continue, Mr. Ng.
Ms. Lauren, did you test the plant matter as a part of your lab process?
No, I did not.
Do you have any reason to believe that, given your experience with the BCA, that it was not marijuana?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm going to let you answer. Go ahead.
I don't perform drug testing, but the visual appearance made me decide to collect it, yes.
Because you thought it was contraband?
It was plant material that looked familiar to me.
And as a part of your BCA process, you also took a blood sample from Officer Potter that evening, or had someone from a hospital do it, is that correct?
A toxicology sample was submitted to me, yes,
And that was tested as well by the BCA, right?
by a different scientist. Yes.
And nothing was found in her blood, is that correct?
I actually didn't review the toxicology results.
No further questions.
Is there anything further from the state?
It is a reliever.
No?
Thank you.
State your full name and spell it.
My first name is Brent, B-R-E-N-T. Last name is Peterson, P-E-T-E-R-S-E-N.
All right, couple things to keep in mind. When testifying, the court reporter is taking everything down. Only one person can talk at a time. Wait till the question's finished before you answer. Yes or no questions instead of shaking your head. No or uh-huhs. If an objection is made, stop talking immediately. Don't answer the question unless I tell you to. And if you don't understand the question, please ask for clarification.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Counsel?
Could you state your occupation for the record?
I'm a special agent for the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the BCA.
How long have you been with the BCA?
5.5 years. I started in June of 2016.
What unit are you currently serving in?
I'm in our Force Investigations Unit.
Now, you're a licensed peace officer, correct?
Yes.
And you take continuing education courses to maintain that license?
Yes.
Prior to working for the BCA, did you have other law enforcement experience?
Yes.
Could you explain that experience to the jury?
From 2001 until 2005, I was a police officer for the University of Minnesota Police Department here in Minneapolis. And then from 2005 until 2016, I worked for the Rochester Police Department in Rochester, Minnesota, where I was a patrol officer, investigator, and a sergeant, a patrol supervisor.
You were promoted to a detective level as early as 2008, correct?
Correct.
In regard to the BCA, you arrived in 2016. Could you describe the roles that you've had working with the BCA?
Sure. Initially, I was hired to work in what's known as our predatory crimes section, which dealt with primarily child pornography, predatory offenders, human trafficking. In November of approximately of 2016, I transferred to our homicide unit, or homicide section, here in the metro area.
In all of that experience, dating back to 2008 with Rochester, through all of your time in the BCA, that's all been investigative?
With the exception of 2 years, 2014 to June of 2016, when I was back on patrol as a sergeant with the Rochester Police Department.
Okay. Now, as part of your work in the Force Investigations Unit, you'd agree that you work on officer-involved shooting cases?
Yes.
Agent Phil has told the jury about your unit. I just want to know a little bit about your experience in that unit. In the 6 years you have been with the BCA, how many officer-involved shooting cases have you worked on?
I'm right up around 73 use of force investigations.
Okay, so use of force investigations, do all of those include fatalities?
No,
How many of those included fatalities?
I don't know.
Okay. How many of those cases have you been the lead agent on?
13.
And is there a role other than lead case agent which you have served in?
Yes.
And what is that?
Sometimes we have co-agents, co-lead agents. Other times it'll be something as simple as my only role will be to attend an autopsy or something like that.
Okay. In support in various ways?
In support, correct.
Okay. For example, in the case involving Kim Potter, what was your role?
In support of the case agent.
All right. I now want to talk about this case, April 11th of 2021. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
What were you doing?
I believe it was a Sunday, so I was at home and off duty.
Did you receive some information that prompted a response from you?
Yes.
And what was that information?
I was notified with other members of my team that there was an incident in Brooklyn Center for which we had been requested to investigate.
Okay. And would you agree that essentially that information prompted you to respond to 63rd and Catherine and then Brooklyn Center to assist Agent Phil in the investigation of this case?
That's correct.
Okay. And would you agree you arrived at scene about 5 p.m.?
That's correct.
At the time of your arrival, was there any personnel from the BCA present?
Yes.
And would that include both Agent Phil and other members of the crime lab team and other agents from the BCA?
That's correct.
What actions did you take at the scene upon arrival?
When I got there, I parked outside of the perimeter that had been established. I met with Agent Phil, who is my supervisor, as well as with Melissa Lauren, who is our crime scene team leader, and just kind of information was a little vague at the time. I got there, but more was coming in. Just kind of got an overview of the scene. I made some observations of the scene also.
Yep. Did you spend any time attempting to find witnesses?
I did, yes.
Okay. And was one of the witnesses that you ultimately spoke to a Carrie Blansky, a neighbor?
Yes.
Did you later obtain a video evidence from Ms. Blansky?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to a vehicle that was at the scene, a white Buick, did you assist in towing that vehicle?
Yes.
And where did it get towed to?
BCA headquarters in St. Paul.
Okay. And do you remember how long you were at the scene?
Probably about 2 to 2.5 hours.
Okay. So you left perhaps around 7:30 p.m.?
That sounds right, yes.
All right. Now, in addition to the work that you've done in this case at the scene, or you did at the scene, did you gather additional evidence during the course of the investigation?
Yes.
Okay, I want to talk about some of those tasks, but not all. Do you recall continuing your work on the case on April 13th by going to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Why did you go to the medical examiner's office?
There were a few items that were available for us to pick up that we needed to get some of those submitted into our laboratory for further testing.
And did you pick up those items?
I did.
What were those items?
I picked up 5 items. One was what's called a blood-on-spot card. It's a DNA sample from the deceased. I pulled a projectile or bullet. I acquired fingernail clippings from each hand of the deceased, and then pulled head hairs, pulled hairs from the deceased.
Okay. And you agree that the blood sample or the blood spot was for another person to conduct DNA testing?
Yes.
Okay. And this fired bullet, that also was collected for subsequent testing?
Correct.
Okay. And am I correct that you transported these and inventoried these at the BCA?
Yes.
Okay. And were each of these individual items assigned an item number?
Yes.
And would you agree those items are just the 5 items you said, 29.1, .2, .3, .4, and .5?
That's correct.
Okay. And that blood DNA sample, that was the one that you identified as 29.1?
Correct.
And the bullet that you recovered, that was identified as 29.2?
Correct.
And are you aware that that blood sample or that spot was later issued a separate BCA lab item number as item 30?
Yeah. Yes.
And that fired bullet was issued a separate BCA lab item number 31?
Yes.
All right. When you collected that fired bullet, you know that it is now affixed with both your item number 29.2 and the BCA lab number 31, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. At this time, the state offers Exhibit 201.
Any objection to 201?
No objection.
Exhibit 201 will be admitted.
Agent Peterson, I'm showing you Exhibit 201. Would you recognize this as the fired bullet you collected from the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish this item on the Elmo? Now, Agent Peterson, did you have an opportunity to look at this fired bullet?
At the time of my collecting the item?
No, I'm sorry. Recently, as it appears to you here.
Yes, recently I had.
Okay. And did it have, were you able to identify the type of ammunition it is based on your inspection?
Yeah, that appears to be hollow point ammunition.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with hollow point ammunition, given your experience in law enforcement?
Yes.
And are you familiar with what happens when hollow point ammunition hits an object?
Yes.
And what happens?
Generally, it's designed to, the term is mushroom or kind of fold out, like you see it appears, and that is to slow the velocity of it as it hits an object, and also it creates kind of a larger wound path and can cause more damage to tissue and organs in a person.
Because what you're saying is, when it's designed to slow down, it's actually designed to use the body as drag to slow down.
Right, yes.
And I'd like to turn your attention back to the morning of April 12th. Did you learn that the BCA had received some video evidence regarding this case?
Yes.
And what video evidence, did you review some of that video evidence?
Yes.
What video evidence have you reviewed?
I reviewed body-worn camera video from Officer Potter, Officer Lucky, and Sergeant Johnson.
Okay. Did you also review a squad video?
Yes, the squad video from Officer Lucky's and Officer Potter's squad car.
And did you review the time frame which captured the incident we're all here for today?
Yes.
And you ultimately wrote some reports about your review of those materials, correct?
Correct.
In preparation for trial, did you examine those videos, particularly specific moments or stills of those videos?
Yes.
And those still images isolated specific moments which attracted your attention, am I correct?
Correct.
And when you reviewed those still images, were they fair and accurate sort of excerpts or taken from the videos that we've seen here in trial? Pardon me, that you have reviewed?
That I've reviewed, yes.
Yep. Okay, I now want to go through a series of still images. First, I want to direct your attention to a particular moment as the defendant approaches Daunte Wright's vehicle. Do you recall seeing a moment shown on the squad video which attracted your attention?
Yes.
Okay. What did you perceive occurring at that moment which attracted your attention?
We objected it so that it can be heard.
Yes. All right, the objection is overruled. The counsel may continue.
Your Honor, one quick follow-up second.
Oh, members of the jury, we're just going to take a short 15-minute break, okay? So, have a good break. Okay, you may step down. Sidebar, please. Okay, is council ready?
Well,
All right, is counsel ready for the all right, the objection is sustained. Is counsel ready for the jury?
Sure, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Or deputy. Oh, you may approach. Thank you.
Give the witness heads up of the court's room.
Yes. Okay, please be seated. All right, Mr. Larson, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. When we left off, we were discussing your review of the video evidence in this case. Do you recall that, Agent?
Yeah, yes.
And are you aware of an additional video that was created in preparation for trial using these independent videos, which essentially was a synced up composite video of Officer Potter's body-worn camera, Officer Sergeant Johnson's body-worn camera, and the squad still video?
Yes.
And that was it was a fair and accurate composite video of these three video sources, correct?
What I reviewed, yes.
Yes. The State offers Exhibit 204.
Is 204 already into? Is 204 is a photo of what?
204 is a composite video which has never been shown with this jury. It's the synced up video of Officer Potter and Sergeant Johnson's body-worn cameras along with the squad video, which separately illuminates the location of all of the individuals.
All right. The objection is overruled, and you may show that.
Now, Sergeant Johnson, during the playing of this exhibit, I may pause the video several times and ask you several questions, okay?
Okay.
Please publish.
We will be here in a second.
Sergeant Johnson, or pardon me, strike that. Agent Peterson, right now you see two images on your screen.
Yes.
And in the top left corner, do you know where that video source is from?
That is from Officer Potter's body camera.
Okay, and the image on the right is going to be Sergeant Johnson's?
Yes.
Okay, in a moment, a third image is going to appear on the screen. Is that the squad video of the same time frame?
It should be, yes.
Okay, and this image begins at 2:01. Okay, please start. Pause the video. Sergeant, pardon me, Agent Peterson, at the time we paused, you talked about observing something that was noteworthy to you about how Officer Potter approached the vehicle. Do you recall what that was? Some conduct that Officer Potter had, which you noted.
Yes, but I guess I'm not seeing it in where the video is.
Pardon me. When it occurs, could you please identify and we'll pause the video?
Yes.
Here. Continue to go. What did you observe?
It appeared to me in watching this that there was a manipulation in some way of her holster.
Why did that attract your attention?
I've seen it before on other videos I've watched of officers. I myself have done that when I was on patrol. Just caught my attention.
Yep. And when you're on patrol, what exactly are you believing is occurring on the video?
So I carried the same type of holster that Officer Potter used, a level 2, and it would be my practice at times to, when I was making a traffic stop, unlatch the first level of protection or safety on the holster, just to, I guess, give myself a little of an advantage should I need to draw.
Okay. So essentially it's a way to, if you had to draw your firearm, you're preparing to do it more quickly?
Yes.
That is leaving, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained.
Move the answer to be quicker.
I don't believe he has answered.
Well, why would you do that?
It would just make drawing the firearm easier, more efficient.
Okay. You can continue to play the video.
You're under arrest, Daunte. You got a warrant.
You're not doing that?
Don't. You said stop, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'll tease you! Just stay back. I'll tease you! Taser, taser, taser! Ah, he shot me. Oh, shit! I just shot him. You dead? Yes! Okay. I grabbed the wrong fucking gun! I shot him! Oh my god!
Jim, sit down.
Oh my god!
PI Access 63rd and Captain Drive, Selecting 38 stop, start north on the red.
Starting north on the red, then you repeat your current code.
Listen to this.
Agent Peterson, when you reviewed that video, did you write reports as to what you observed?
Yes.
And when you took those notes, you were watching these videos because you knew that you were conducting or participating in the conducting of a criminal investigation, correct?
Correct.
And certain observations were important to your investigation, correct?
Correct.
Did you take note in your review of the video of whether Sergeant Johnson's head was visible on Kim Potter's body-worn camera during the incident?
I did take note of that, yes.
And was it visible throughout the incident?
His head.
Object to this is an opinion of the witness. The body camera speaks for itself. All of them do.
Okay. objection is overruled, and you may answer the question.
Agent Peterson, was it possible to see Sergeant Johnson's head throughout the incident from Officer Potter's body-worn camera?
There were times where you could see his head, yes.
Okay. And during those times, what direction was his head pointed?
Towards the interior of the vehicle.
Okay. Was it possible to see his face?
At times, yes.
Okay. At the time of the shot, was it possible to see his face?
I recall seeing the top of his head and not his face.
Okay. So the video revealed that he was looking down?
Yes.
When you examined the video, did you recall examining Officer Lucky's position at various points during the incident?
Yes.
Okay. Could you describe what you observed with regard to the location of Officer Lucky's feet, shoulders, elbows?
At what point?
Throughout the 10, 12, 14-second period of the struggle with Mr. Wright.
He's standing outside the vehicle on the driver's side and does reach in to try to restrain Mr. Wright.
Did you observe that his feet and shoulders remained out of the vehicle?
Check that as leading, Your Honor, and the video speaks for itself.
The objection is sustained.
What with regard to, were you able to observe where Officer Lucky's shoulders were throughout this incident?
At what time, Your Honor?
Your Honor, I do have still images if you'd like me to show them.
Just a moment, please. Would you like to finish your question and make it more precise as to time?
Mr. Miller, could you please put up on the video the time of 2:01 and 58 seconds? Showing you now Exhibit 204. It's paused at 2:01 and 58 seconds. Would you agree?
Yes.
Where is Officer Lucky's body at this moment?
It is outside the driver's compartment of the vehicle.
Okay. Where are his hips?
They're slightly behind the open door, driver's door.
And can you infer where his elbows are?
Well, on the bottom squad video, you can see his right arm is outside the vehicle, and at the top left video, you can just make that his elbow appears on this video to be outside the vehicle.
Okay. Can we go ahead 2 seconds to 2:02 and 00? Okay, you'd agree the video is now paused at 2:02 and 0 seconds, correct?
Correct.
Can you see where Officer Lucky's body is at this time?
From this video, the bottom video there from the squad camera, it appears that his feet and legs are outside the vehicle on the pavement, and his torso is kind of leaning towards the open door.
If you look at the top left corner in Officer Potter's body-worn camera, are Officer Lucky's shoulders inside the vehicle or outside the vehicle?
Based on the view of this video, it does not appear that his shoulders are in the vehicle.
Okay, let's go ahead 1 second. Officer Peterson, I've just moved ahead 1 second. Would your answers remain the same for this still image?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now I want to turn back to 2:01 and 59 seconds, and I have another couple questions for you, sir. Okay. Did you also examine Sergeant Johnson's position at various points during this incident?
Your Honor, I object to this. The video speaks for itself. The time speaks for itself. This officer's view of it should not be, the jury's the one that decides it's not this officer. He's not an expert of videos.
All right. Counsel, will you please? Members of the jury, we're going to break for lunch, okay? So we'll start up again at about 1:30. Okay, you may step down.
Your Honor, Paul and I talked with the special agent during this lunch break because I want to make sure that I know what he's going to say, and we sure haven't found anything out by now. I'd like to talk to him.
I don't think there's anything to prohibit you from talking to the agent. All right. Why don't we take a lunch break and let's everybody here. You know what my problem is. You've got a witness telling the jury what is on a piece of evidence, which is the evidence is the video. And it seems like this is more like a final argument material where you stop the video and say, look, both of his feet are on the ground. He's not hanging out of the car. Why do you need a supposed expert witness to describe what's on a video?
I did not qualify Agent Peters as an expert. He did review these videos and knows details of them because it was part of his investigation. And in fact, a review of these videos was a significant part of this investigation, as it is now with many different criminal investigations, including ones involving officer involve shootings.
Okay, but
So-
when you call him a DCA or, given his position, the jury's going to get the impression that he is an expert. So,
Your Honor, I just wanted to clarify that the state's intent this morning was to introduce a series of still images which show that Johnson's body is completely out of the vehicle. These were selected to provide efficient and clear testimony about that fact. I understand the court's ruling excluding those, so then at this point, the state is going to go through those several seconds of video that have been introduced for the jury so that they can see and the state can make that very simple point that has been observed by Agent Peterson. It has been more difficult using the video as opposed to the still images, and I apologize that I can't do it more efficiently than I was intending to do it this morning with the still images. Thank you.
What they neglect to mention, Your Honor, is that taser, I'm going to tase you, then a few seconds go by, I'm going to tase you again, and then taser. When the taser was yelled, that's the signal for the officers to try and get out of the car. Right after she yelled that, she shot and they're moving out. So to impeach Johnson, which they didn't use this video to impeach him like they're supposed to, they didn't do that. Now they're trying to impeach.
Shows everybody's body position at very specific times and when it happened and what their body positions were. So I excluded the photographs for two reasons. Number one, a number of them were not provided to the defense beforehand. And secondly, it was duplicative of what has already been submitted, which is the video. And third, it can be misleading because it's a shot at a certain period of time that doesn't show the entire sequence.
And I would only say, Your Honor, that still imagery does not somehow prevent the jury from reviewing the entire video in the manner in which the court suggested, but it does often have the ability to impeach some sort of sense that there was a fog of war where Johnson didn't know where his body was located. It specifically can rebut that notion that he was going to be being dragged on this incident. That was a significant point. It's basically defense number 2 that we've had to hear about all of last week. So the fact that there is still imagery that can illuminate the credibility of that claim is what the state has been attempting to do during the testimony phase of this case. Certainly it's going to be brought up in closing argument, but the fact that we can do that in closing argument doesn't abrogate the fact that we can also use a witness to illuminate and describe video evidence, which is a significant aspect of any investigation involving body-worn camera. Respectfully, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if they wanted to impeach Mr. Johnson, Major Johnson, they could have cross-examined him on it, like a lawyer should do, and not come back later without showing us photos and use still photos. That's not fair, and it's not admissible. It's simply not.
Your Honor, if I may at that point, I'm trying not to have multiple lawyers argue, I get it, but if I were impeaching with a prior inconsistent statement, that might be one thing with Major Johnson. But as you recall, in chambers, I raised an objection to lay witnesses being unnoticed experts. And so I didn't object at trial because the court had said they could do that because they get trained. But he nonetheless offered an opinion, and so we get to impeach that opinion without having to ask him, and that's what we've been doing in part about that. And that's why I think Mr. Gray's concern about proper form of impeachment is just wrong. We're just attacking what appears to be the underlying basis for his opinion.
Well, aren't you supposed to do that on rebuttal? So,
requirement that we save that for rebuttal, Your Honor, because we rebut their case, and he was our witness. But regardless, I don't know if anyone...
All right. We're kind of getting off base here. I mean, we're talking about these still photographs. They're out. I'm not going to reconsider my decision on that. Okay? The video evidence is the evidence. So, that's my ruling on that, and there's no need for this officer to testify as to what the video evidence shows. You can show that to the jury. Okay? All right. Okay, counsel, let's talk about what we're doing from here on out with this witness. I am not going to allow BCA agents to get up on the stand and tell the jury what a video shows. The video is the evidence. Especially when it comes through the mouth of a BCA agent, the jury may get the impression that this person is an expert at looking at video. The jury's going to have that video. They can look at it as much as they want in the jury deliberation room. The state has the right to argue that Officer Johnson wasn't in danger of getting dragged by the car in final argument. That's totally fair game. The state can argue and stop the video in final argument and say, look, both of his feet are on the ground. That's all fair game, but I'm not going to let the witnesses tell the jury what's on there. Okay? As far as the photographs that 403, 405, and 402. I understand that the defense never got those still photographs, correct?
Yes.
And they're not even on the state's witness list or the exhibit list.
Your Honor, the defense did receive those exhibits. This morning we had a 15-minute break for them to review them. That was at approximately shortly before 11 o'clock. They've now had about 2.5 hours to review the still images. They aren't novel per se because they are still images of the videos that they have had for several months. I have not heard any renewed claim that they are continually prejudiced by us being able to introduce these images. These are images which the jury has seen in real time in the video, but these are specific excerpts which have been created so that they are isolated exhibits so that they can be shown to the jury.
Judge, you've ruled. We're going to do it for a month.
Yep.
Yes, I am not going to reconsider any of my prior rulings, no matter how many times you want to argue it. Okay, so.
Where the state was seeking clarity, Your Honor, is that this morning it seemed like the court was saying you can't use still images to allow the witness to explain what was observed in the video. Then the state utilized the video and asked the witness to explain what was being seen in the video, and that too was cut out. What the state is asking now is to admit these still images as exhibits, but I will refrain from asking the juror what is specifically occurring in these still images.
I've ruled that the still exhibits, the still photographs, 402, 403, and 405 will not be admitted. The objection is sustained. Okay. All right. Are you ready for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy. Oh, by the way, one-word objections, please, okay? And say one word, and then if you need to make an argument, we've got to use these buggers, okay? Okay. Thank you, Deputy. Oh, mics. If you're going to be speaking, go to the podium because our poor court reporter can't hear, okay? That also prevents you from talking over each other, right?
Yes, Your Honor. Will do.
Right. Okay, please be seated. All right, members of the jury, I'm sorry for the short delay. Okay, you may continue, Mr. Larson.
I'll be brief. Could you please redisplay Exhibit 204? Agent Peterson, I'm showing you Exhibit 204. Would you agree that this is the video paused exactly at 2:02 p.m.?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, you may cross, counsel.
Good afternoon, Special Agent Peterson.
Good afternoon.
Would you agree with me that a visual observation being there is much better than a body-worn camera planted on your chest?
A visual observation?
Yes,
What do
you're
you
there
mean?
and you can see everything, and your body-worn camera only takes up a certain amount. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And with respect to hollow point bullets, they're used by law enforcement because they do not leave the body and shoot somebody else. Is that a fair statement?
Generally speaking, yes.
Yeah, and that's why they're used by law enforcement?
Yes.
And does your office use them?
Yes.
And when, did you notice in these videos that Johnson's video was a second off of Potter's?
No.
All right. And with respect to the taser statement, you're familiar with tasers?
Yes.
And is when somebody yells taser, 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 that's warning to the other law enforcement officers that are there to back off. Fair statement?
I don't know if it's fair to say to back off.
But to not touch the guy because you might get electrocuted.
That's part of the reason, sure. Yes.
What's the other reason?
To give warning that the taser is going to be deployed.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Counsel?
Agent Peterson, earlier this morning you testified about your career in the Force Investigations Unit, correct?
Yes.
You've evaluated over 70 claimed reports of excessive force, correct?
Yes.
Including several homicides.
Judge, I object to this. I never went into his past experience. It's outside the scope of cross-examination.
I'm getting to a point, Your Honor.
Okay. You may continue for a while.
In your experience, has reviewing body-worn camera footage been a critical aspect of your investigation?
Yes.
And indeed, requesting body-worn camera is a critical request that is made in an investigation.
Same objection there. I didn't go into requesting body-worn cameras at all.
The objection is sustained beyond the scope.
Yep. What would occur if there was no body-worn camera to review in an officer-involved case? If you had no body-worn camera footage?
Object to that is not relevant, Your Honor, and it's also outside the scope.
I am again sustaining the objection outside the scope.
Does body-worn camera footage have certain benefits?
Same objection, Your Honor.
The objection is overruled.
When body-worn camera video exists, are there certain benefits to reviewing that video versus relying on the testimony of witnesses?
I didn't ask that question. It's outside the scope. I talked about visual observation.
Okay, one word objections, please. I'll let you answer that.
Gonna have to repeat it, I'm sorry.
Sure. Does reviewing body-worn camera footage in these cases have advantages at times than simply relying on the testimony or statements of witnesses?
At times, yes.
Yes. No further questions.
Special Agent Peterson, what I asked you was, is a visual observation of something, forget about the testimony, a visual observation of something better than a body-worn camera that has tunnel vision?
It can be, yes. It would be different.
It's a large, you can see it better
if you're there looking at it, than a body-worn camera. Isn't that true? Because you see more?
Yeah, that would be accurate.
Thank you.
Mr. Larson?
What advantages does reviewing body-worn camera have in your investigation?
Object, Your Honor, outside the scope of recall.
The objection is overruled.
What is the advantage of body-worn camera? It provides a independent depiction of an event.
That can be reviewed?
That can be reviewed.
Paused?
Yep, yes.
Brought into court as an exhibit?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Chairman? Anything further?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The state may call its next witness.
At this time, Your Honor, the state calls Michelle Escone.
Okay. Good afternoon. Will you please stand behind the witness chair? Raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in connection with this trial?
I do.
Please take a seat.
Thank you.
And would you please remove your mask? State your full name and spell it.
First name is Michelle. Last name is Frascone. Michelle. Last name Frascone.
Okay, we have a court reporter taking down everything that's being said. So you have to say yes or no instead of shaking your head. Don't say or only one person can talk at a time. Wait until the question is finished before you answer. If you don't understand a question, ask for clarification. And finally, if an objection is made, stop talking. Don't answer it unless I tell you to.
Thank you.
Counsel?
Would you state your occupation for the record?
I'm a police officer for the state of Minnesota.
What's your current, what law enforcement agency are you with?
I work for the state of Minnesota, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
What is your current rank?
Assistant Special Agent in Charge.
How long have you been with the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension?
I have been with them since 2016.
What unit are you currently assigned to?
Currently assigned to the Force Investigative Unit.
Prior to working for the BCA, do I understand that you have prior law enforcement experience?
That's correct.
And what is that?
Prior to coming to the BCA, worked for the city of Woodbury as a police officer.
And that was from 2006 to 2016, correct?
That's correct.
And you're a licensed peace officer still today?
Yes, I am.
And you take continuing education courses to maintain that license?
Yes.
Based on your law enforcement experience, did you acquire specialized knowledge or experience in the use of firearms and other weapons such as tasers?
I did.
If asked, are you able to describe the basic features and functionality of weapons such as firearms and tasers?
I am.
As part of your work in the Force Investigations Unit, do I understand that you've responded or participated in the investigation over 100 officer-involved shootings?
That's correct.
Both as a lead agent and at times a supporting agent?
Correct.
And you were assigned to assist in the investigation of the case involving Kim Potter, correct?
That's correct.
I want to get right to your actions on April 11th of 2001. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And what were you doing?
It was a Sunday afternoon and I was at home.
Okay. And did you receive a report of an officer-involved shooting in Brooklyn Center which prompted a response from you?
Yes, I did.
And could you describe that response?
I was contacted by my supervisor who requested that I respond to the Brooklyn Center Police Department.
And when did you arrive to the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
I think I arrived around 4 p.m.
When you arrived, were you the first agent at the precinct, or was anyone else from the BCA already present?
Prior to my arrival, Special Agent in Charge Scott Mueller was at the police department.
And what did you do when you first arrived?
When I first arrived, I met with Agent Mueller, who provided me just some general information about what the investigation was involving.
Soon after you met with Agent Mueller, were you joined by another BCA agent?
Yes, I was.
And who was that?
Agent Sam McGinnis.
At the time after you were briefed by Mueller and spoke to Agent McGinnis, did you learn who the involved officer or officers were?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
Officer Kim Potter was the involved officer, and then there were 2 witness officers that were also at the agency.
Was that Officer Lucky and Sergeant Johnson?
That's correct.
Okay. After meeting with Agent Mueller and Agent McGinnis, what was the next? Who was the next individual who you encountered?
I went into the conference room that Officer Potter was in with her counsel, and then at the point after that, I went upstairs and met with Sergeant Johnson.
Okay, well, let's talk about both of those encounters. You said you went upstairs to see Johnson, so do I understand there's a conference room on a lower level or a main level of the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's where you saw Officer Potter?
Correct.
Was Agent McGinnis with you as well?
Yes, he was.
When you observed Officer Potter, was she still wearing her uniform?
Yes, she was.
How much time did you spend with her?
A very short amount of time.
Okay. Before that date, did you know her?
I did.
In what capacity?
In a professional capacity, and our husbands had prior worked together many years ago.
Okay. Would you agree that Ms. Potter is sitting here at council table over at the front council table closest to you?
Yes.
Okay. At the time you encountered her, did you observe whether she had a firearm on her duty belt?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive any information about that firearm?
I was advised that that firearm was Sergeant Johnson's firearm.
Okay. What was the first action that you and Agent McGinnis took when you encountered her?
Photographs were taken of her uniform.
Okay. And what happened to the equipment that she was wearing?
It was collected.
Okay. At that time, did you know why she was in possession of Sergeant Johnson's firearm?
I did not.
After the firearm was collected, do you recall what was done with it?
It was placed inside of a box.
Okay. Did you observe at that time whether it was loaded or unloaded?
I did.
And what was it?
It was unloaded.
Unloaded? So you took Sergeant Johnson's gun from Officer Potter. What did you do after that?
I went upstairs and met with Sergeant Johnson.
Okay. At some point, did you also speak again with Agent Mueller?
I did.
Did you reveal that you had a prior interaction with Officer Potter?
I did.
And did that affect your involvement in this investigation?
Not a lot. I just asked for, to have other duties assigned to me, and at that time I was assigned to Sergeant Johnson.
Okay. And why did you ask to not have duties related to Officer Potter?
Just out of just making sure that there was no conflict or any issues as a result of it.
Sometimes we use the words appearance of impropriety. You wanted to avoid something like that, am I correct?
Yeah, I'm going to let you answer that. Objection overruled.
So you said you were tasked with then going to talk to Sergeant Johnson?
That's correct.
And did you bring anything with you when you met with him?
I did.
And what was that?
I brought his handgun upstairs.
Okay. And when you brought his handgun upstairs, what did you anticipate doing?
I wasn't sure of his involvement at the time, so I wanted to make sure that it was with me. Many times we find that supervisors will exchange weapons when they weren't actually have any involvement in the case, and so when I went upstairs to meet with him, there was a possibility that his weapon would be returned. However, I became aware that he was a first-person witness, and so at that time I held on to his handgun and then collected Officer Potter's handgun.
Where did you discover Officer Potter's handgun?
In his holster.
Okay. So you made a plan to collect both firearms at that point?
That's correct.
Okay. I now want to discuss your interactions with Sergeant Johnson. How much time did you spend with him?
I guess I would approximate 10 minutes or so.
Okay. Did you take any photographs of him?
I did.
At the time, was he wearing Officer Potter's firearm?
Yes, he was.
Did you inspect that firearm to see whether it was loaded or unloaded?
I did.
And was it?
It was loaded.
Loaded. And what did you do with that firearm after you collected it?
I secured it in a box for our crime scene.
When you collected both firearms, did you document them by serial number to ensure that they were distinguished?
I did.
Okay. And to whom did you bring those firearms after you documented them?
Agent McGinnis.
Agent McGinnis. I now want to show you just a few photographs. Could you please put up Exhibit 176? I'm showing you Exhibit 176. Says, can you recognize which gun this is?
Yes.
Which gun is this?
Officer Potter's.
Take a look again. It's the unloaded firearm.
I apologize. Sergeant Johnson's.
Thank you. You said you took several photographs of Officer Johnson. If I showed you two photos of them, would you recognize them?
Yes.
At this time, the state offers Exhibits 84 and 85 photographs of Sergeant Johnson. 84 and 85, sir?
Any objection? Exhibits 84 and 85 will be admitted and you may publish.
Please show 84. Agent Fresconi, I'm showing you Exhibit 84. Is this the picture of Sergeant Michael Johnson as you saw him on April 11th?
Yes.
Now Exhibit 85. Could you describe what's shown here in Exhibit 85?
That would be Officer Potter's handgun, showing that it was loaded and contained within Sergeant Johnson's holster.
Okay. I'd now like to show Exhibit 178, which is already admitted into evidence. Do you recognize which gun this is?
I do.
Which gun is this?
This is Officer Potter's handgun.
Okay. And does it also include the ammo that you discovered in the firearm?
Correct.
Okay. And then Exhibit 179. Again, just a close-up of that serial number, correct?
That's correct.
And then Exhibit 180. Again, the loaded magazine that you discovered?
Correct.
Okay. And then again, Agent Fresconi, I'll show you Exhibit. I'll speak into the mic in a second. Exhibit 199, would you agree this is Officer Potter's firearm?
Correct.
And that was Exhibit 199. No further questions, Your Honor.
Is there any cross?
No cross.
All right. Step down.
Thank you.
The state may call its next witness.
At this time, the state calls Agent Sam McGinnis.
Good afternoon. Okay, please stand behind the witness chair and raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in connection with this cause?
I do, Your Honor.
Please have a seat. Remove your mask, please. And state your full name and spell it.
Sam McGinnis, SAMMCGINNIS.
All right, the court reporter is taking down everything that's being said. So say yes or no instead of shaking your head. Don't say uh-huh or uh-uh. If you don't understand a question, let the lawyer know. If an objection is made, stop talking and don't answer the question unless I tell you to. Okay, only one person can talk at a time, so wait till the question's finished before you answer.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Could you please state your occupation for the record?
I'm a senior special agent with the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, currently in the Force Investigations Unit.
How long have you been employed by the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension?
Since April of 2020.
Do you have law enforcement experience prior to joining the BCA?
I do.
Could you please recount that for the jury?
I was with the Waseca Police Department from 2011 to 2015. From 2015 to 2020, I was with the Mankato Department of Public Safety.
Could you describe your assignments when you worked for the Mankato Police Department?
I started there as a patrol officer. I worked my way through investigations, working narcotics, and I left there as a patrol sergeant.
Did you have any specialized experience with firearms?
I did. One of my collateral duties was a firearms instructor.
And that required an additional certification, correct?
I did.
And you're still a licensed peace officer and take continuing education courses to maintain that license?
Correct.
Would you agree that you have acquired specialized training and experience in both firearms and tasers?
The basic functions, yes.
Yep. And if asked, you are able to describe the basic features and functionality of both firearms and tasers, correct?
Yes.
Now, the jury has already heard testimony about what the Force Investigations Unit does, but I want to specifically focus on what you did on April 11th, okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall that day?
I do.
And did you receive some information that prompted a response from you?
I did.
And what was that information?
I was contacted by ASAC Mike Phil concerning a fatal officer-involved shooting that occurred in Brooklyn Center. He informed me that the driver was deceased. There was one officer that had shot or discharged their firearm, and two officers that had been on scene during the incident.
And was there a request for you to respond somewhere?
Yes.
Where did you go?
ASAC Phil requested that I respond directly to the Brooklyn Center Police Department.
When did you arrive?
Approximately a little after 1600 hours.
Okay. We know that is 4 p.m.
Correct.
When you arrived, were you the first agent there?
I was not.
Who else was present?
Special Agent in Charge Scott Mueller and Assistant Special Agent in Charge Michelle Fresconi were already on scene.
Did you have a conversation with them prior to beginning your investigation?
I did.
And were you given an initial task?
I was.
What was that task?
I was tasked with photographing and collecting the equipment from Officer Kim Potter.
Okay. And did you meet with Officer Potter at the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
I did.
And she's seated here at council table?
Yes, sir.
Kim Potter is the defendant in this case.
At the time that you encountered her, was she still wearing her uniform?
She was.
Was she in possession of her duty belt?
She was.
Was she in possession of a firearm?
She was.
Did you receive any information about that firearm?
After our interaction together, I did, yes.
Yep. And you learned that that was Sergeant Johnson's firearm, correct?
I did.
Was that a loaded or unloaded firearm?
Unloaded.
Did you ultimately take photographs of her?
I did.
Did those photographs include her wearing the duty belt, firearm, and taser that she had on her person?
Yes.
After taking those photographs, do you recall what you did next?
I do.
What was that?
I collected her equipment to include her duty belt.
Okay. Did you collect that firearm?
I did.
And where did that go?
That went into a box and then into ASAC Fresconi's custody.
And when you collected it, did you confirm that it was unloaded?
Yes.
Okay. After the firearm was removed, you testified that you did collect that duty belt?
Yes.
And could you describe what is all contained in a typical officer's duty belt?
Typically, a firearm, a set of keys, spare magazines for said firearm, flashlight, mace, handcuffs, radio, taser, a baton.
Is the placement of items on an officer's duty belt something that a typical officer plans out and does deliberately?
Yes.
When you collected the duty belt, did you separate the taser from the duty belt, or did it remain in its holster?
It remained in its holster.
How much time did you spend with Officer Potter?
Altogether, maybe 2 hours.
2 hours. Do I understand that you, at one point, went to North Memorial Hospital where she provided a blood sample?
Yes.
And then you returned back to the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
Myself, Officer Potter left from the hospital and didn't return.
Yes. Thank you for clarifying. When you returned to the Brooklyn Center Police Department, did you have another encounter with Agent Fresconi?
I did.
And did she provide you any evidence at that point?
She did.
What did she provide you?
2 firearms.
And at that point, did she describe to you which firearm was Potter's and which firearm was Sergeant Johnson's?
Yes.
And did you document that in a chain of custody form that's used by the BCA?
Yes.
After you collected the firearms from Agent Fresconi, can you tell the jury where you brought those firearms?
I brought those 2 firearms along with the blood sample or blood kit to the crime scene team leader, Melissa Lauren, and signed them over to her custody.
Okay. At this time, I want to show the jury the photographs that you took of the defendant. The state offers at this time exhibits 210 to 213.
Exhibits 210 to 213 will be admitted into evidence and you may publish.
First, I'm showing you Exhibit 210. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
It's a picture that I took of Officer Potter.
And this is her standing, looking straight toward you, right?
Correct.
Front, face forward. Okay. And can you see the taser in her holster?
Yes.
And what side of her body does she have that holster?
Her left side.
Okay. Published 213, 211. Pardon me, 211. And what? This is another photograph of Officer Potter, correct?
Yes.
And to which direction is she standing in 211?
She's showing me her right side.
Okay. And this is the side that she held her firearm?
Correct.
Okay. 212? I'm showing you Exhibit 212. What's shown here?
Her left side.
Okay. And this is, again, as you testified, the side where she's wearing her taser?
Correct.
Okay. And then 213. For completeness, this is what Officer Potter looked like from behind, correct?
Correct.
Right. Now, do you know whether, you can take that down, do you know whether the duty belt and taser that you collected from the defendant were photographed?
They were.
And you've seen a set of photographs prior to trial, correct?
I have.
The state offers exhibits 214 to 225, Your Honor. These are photographs of the duty belt and taser.
Any objection? Those exhibits will be admitted into evidence and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please show 214. We'll try to do these in a series, Agent McGinnis, and I'll ask you what is shown, and if you could please just fulsomely describe what you see, I think we can go pretty efficiently. I'm showing you Exhibit 214. What is shown here?
Officer Potter's duty belt laying flat on a table.
Okay. Exhibit 215. What's shown here?
Her taser out of the holster.
Okay. 216. What is shown here?
Officer Potter's empty firearm holster.
Okay. And right next to the firearm holster, these are some of the items which you described an officer typically carries on a duty belt?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 217. Would you agree that 217 is another more close-up image of the firearm holster?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 218. Just a more close-up image of the firearm holster, correct?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 219. just another image of how the firearm holster is mounted on the duty belt. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
Exhibit 220. What does Exhibit 220 show you?
Officer Potter's empty taser holster.
Exhibit 221. Another photo of the taser holster, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 222. Another photo of the taser holster, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 223. Would you agree this is a side view of the taser holster?
Yes.
Could you describe what the black piece of plastic on that taser holster is?
The one that looks like a lever, if you will.
Okay, a lever.
It's a security mechanism. Once the taser is inside of the holster, it's retained there by that security mechanism and can't be brought out again until that is pushed and the taser is released.
And then Exhibit 224. This is just a straight image of the taser. Is that correct, Exhibit 224?
Yes, sir.
And then 225? What is shown here?
Just Officer Potter's taser showing the serial number and the department number on it.
Thank you. Put that down. Based on your examination of the defendant and the defendant's equipment, could you testify about how she had her weapons holstered to enable her to draw them?
They were both in what I would call a straight draw position. So both the rear handles of the taser and the gun would be facing her rear.
How was the firearm? Pardon me. How would Officer Potter be able to pull the firearm from her firearm holster?
Her firearm was on her dominant side, which you have to use your right hand to draw.
Yep. Was there any safety mechanisms or straps that were holding it into the holster?
Yes.
What was that? Could you describe that?
That particular holster has a snap retention system, same concept. It's a security mechanism. Once the firearm is in the holster and that snap is, placed on, the firearm cannot be removed until that snap is released.
Okay. And you would unsnap that snap with your dominant hand, with your right hand?
Yes.
Okay. What about the taser on the left side? How is that unholstered?
Again, breaking that retention system or pushing that lever, and then using your non-dominant hand.
Okay. Am I correct that the defendant's duty belt and taser were stored at the BCA during the pendency of this case?
Yes.
When the BCA stored these items, were they altered or manipulated in any way?
No.
Do you agree that the belt was transported here to the Hennepin County Government Center in preparation for trial?
Yes.
And did you see that belt and its contents again while here at the Government Center?
I did.
And when you did you take some action to alter that duty belt prior to trial?
Yes.
And what was that?
The holster, the firearm holster and the taser holster were both removed from the duty belt.
And why was that done?
To be shown in court.
If I showed you these actual items we've been discussing, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Okay. Let's start with the duty belt. The State offers Exhibit 378.
378 will be admitted into evidence, and you may show the agent that exhibit.
Agent McGinnis, I'm showing you Exhibit 378. You recognize this item?
Yes.
And what is this?
Officer Potter's duty belt.
Would you agree it's the duty belt, but without the two holsters?
I would.
State offers at this time Exhibit 379, the firearm holster.
Any objection? 379 will be admitted, and you may approach the witness.
I'll try something. McGinnis, I'm showing you on the view screen here, Exhibit 379, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree this is the firearm holster?
I would.
All right. I'm going to stop this. You testified earlier about a snap. Is this the snap that you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so when you're holding it on the right side like this is the snap that must be depressed to take the whole, firearm off?
To release the firearm, yes.
Counsel, Counsel, you need to stay behind the podium.
That's fine.
Okay.
Next, the state offers Exhibit 380, the taser holster.
Oh, that exhibit will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent McGinnis, you recognize this as the taser holster, Exhibit 380?
Yes.
And the clasp or the lever that you talked about is still functioning today?
Yes.
Now I want to show you the actual taser. State offers Exhibit 203.
Any objection? No objection. 203 will be admitted.
Permission to approach and to hand the exhibit to the witness for demonstration.
Name?
I have a question first. Agent McGinnis, you now are in possession of Exhibit 203. Could you describe this taser's general features?
It's a Taser 7, model Taser 7, yellow in color. It has a safety switch on it, a battery in the bottom of it.
Could you hold up the taser and show the jury the safety switch? If you have that safety switch in the disarmed position, can that be fired?
No.
To activate it, you have to flip the safety switch, am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. And 1 moment ago, deputy came over and provided you a live battery, correct?
Correct.
All right. What will happen when you turn on that battery, based on your training experience?
When I put the battery in and activate the taser,
Yeah.
it will show the, it'll arm it and show the lasers, the CID screen, and the flashlight.
Okay. When you say it'll show the CID screen, could you describe where that's going to come from?
From the back, it shows the information about the taser, the battery level, and the probe status.
Okay, and you testified that there's also lasers?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell the jury what is shot out the end of that taser once you arm it?
There are aiming lasers that I guess show you where to fire. The taser probes.
Okay. At this time, Agent McGinnis, I'd ask you to stand up, stay behind the witness box there, and to activate the taser to show the LED lights, the lasers, and the flashlight. Thank you. Agent McGinnis, without pointing the taser at Judge Chu, could you please show the back end of that taser to the jury? Thank you. You can please disarm that taser, and could you remove that battery so it could be collected by the deputy? All right, I want to get back to some investigative work you did in this case. Did you ever visit the crime scene?
Briefly.
Okay. Just to bring the firearms to Melissa Lauren?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to the evidence that you obtained from Officer Potter, did you collect other evidence?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of what you gathered, would you agree you gathered a lot of the documentation in this case?
Yes.
That include paperwork, records, policies, etc.?
Correct.
Did you also participate in a number of witness interviews?
Yes.
And you collected reports from various officers?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk, not about those per se, but your events on May 4th. Do you recall meeting with witnesses at the Brooklyn Center Police Department on May 4th?
Yes.
Okay, who were those witnesses?
Commander Garrett Flesland and Sergeant Mike Peterson.
Was that a scheduled meeting?
It was.
What was the purpose of the meeting?
To upload Officer Potter's data from her taser.
Okay. And to do that, did you have to then bring Officer Potter's taser, the one you just held in your hand, back to the police department?
Yes.
And what sort of data did you hope to obtain from that?
The records of use, a full audit of the taser, make sure it's functioning properly, things of that nature.
Okay. And did you receive insistence in getting that information off of the taser?
I did.
And how was that performed?
Sergeant Mike Peterson removed the battery from the taser and put it in the docking station at the Brooklyn Center Police Department, and then uploaded the data onto their computer system.
And then you end up getting a report from that, correct?
Sergeant Peterson printed out a copy of the audit for me, yes.
And then you provided it to you?
Correct.
Okay. What did you learn regarding who had possessed that taser prior to coming into possession of it yourself?
I learned that Officer Potter was the only one that had possession of that taser, at least in the field.
Okay. And when did she gain possession of it?
March 26th, I believe.
Did you receive any other information about the taser's functionality?
Yes.
And whether it was functioning at that time?
It was.
Okay. Now, was there any data that you received regarding when the taser had been function tested?
Yes.
Okay. What is a function test?
It's a test you perform on the taser to make sure the core electronics are working properly. So an internal and external check.
Okay. Are you familiar with how often an officer is supposed to perform a function test?
Yes.
How often?
According to the Brooklyn Center Police Department taser policy, they should perform a spark test before each shift.
If an officer has a taser on their duty belt, how would the officer have to remove that taser to perform the function test?
Yes.
Now, have you heard of a function test also being called a spark test?
Yes.
Why is it called a spark test?
The spark test name comes from when you arc the taser to make sure that it's working properly.
So part of the function test is actually not only turning it on, but causing an electrical current to be shot through it.
Correct.
Or sparked. In the information that you received in the report, did the report indicate when and whether a function test was performed on particular days?
Yes.
All right. Slightly related topic. In addition to the taser data, did you gather information about when Officer Potter worked since March 26th?
Yes.
And how did you receive that information?
Commander Flesland emailed me a copy, the dates she had worked.
Okay. And do you recall how many shifts Officer Potter worked between March 26th and April 11th?
Yes.
How many?
10.
If I showed you that email again, would you recognize it?
Yes.
State Offers Exhibit 226.
Any objection? 226 will be admitted and you may publish. There we go.
Agent McGinnis, let's zoom in here. I'm showing you Exhibit 226. Would you agree this is a copy of Commander Flesson's email to you?
Yes.
And right here, we've zoomed in on the pertinent portion of the email. This would recount Officer Potter's work history from March 26th to April 11th, correct?
Correct.
And essentially, she worked March 26th, 7th, and 8th, March 31st and April 1st, April 5th and 6th, and then April 9th, 10th, and 11th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You can take that down. Once you had that work schedule, what did you do with that information?
I cross-referenced it to the Taser audit showing when function tests or spark tests were conducted and when they weren't.
Did you draw any conclusions?
I did.
What were those conclusions?
Officer Potter had conducted function tests or spark tests on her Taser 6 out of the 10 shifts.
But not all 10?
No.
Do you recall the last occasion when she performed the function test?
April the 9th.
April 9th? So she worked on April 10th and 11th and did not perform the function test on either day?
Correct.
All right. Excuse me. One word objections, please. It has been asked and answered. Please move on.
Thank you.
And no more speaking objections. All right? Okay.
I do want to talk more about these function tests. And I don't want to repeat your testimony, but you did conclude that there were days on which the function test was not performed, correct?
Correct.
Now, Agent McGinnis, you were a police officer for 10 years. In terms of your investigation, was this information that you learned about her failure to function test noteworthy?
It was.
The objection is sustained.
Was her failure to function test, based on your understanding of Brooklyn Center policy, a violation of that policy?
Objection.
I think you need more foundation for that, counsel. I'm going to sustain the objection for lack of foundation.
You previously testified that you understood, Agent McGinnis, that the function test was something that needed to be performed every day before an officer's shift, correct? You testified to that?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also testified about information about when that was not done by Officer Potter, correct?
Objection immediate.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
Just doing the math here. Based on that information in your investigation, did you conclude that she violated that policy?
Objection continued.
I'm going to sustain the objection for lack of foundation.
Okay. Did let's say this, your results, your conclusions that she did not function test, those are, you found no information to the contrary, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Now, earlier we discussed the collection of the firearm used by Officer Potter and that you provided that to Melissa Lauren, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether after it was inventoried, there was further examination of that firearm?
I am aware that there was, yes.
Yep. And that additional work was done by forensic scientists, not you?
Yes.
Now, you did, though, have an opportunity to view and examine that firearm on a later occasion, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree that you'd be able to recognize that firearm if I showed it to you?
Yes.
And
Objection cumulative.
What is the question, counsel?
asking Agent McGinnis, agent to identify the firearm, Your Honor.
Well, that's already been done. The objection is sustained.
Yep. Can we have a sidebar, Your Honor?
The objection is overruled.
Could you show Exhibit 178 to the witness, please? Recognize the firearm in Exhibit 178?
Yes.
Is that Officer Potter's firearm?
It appears to be, yes.
And if I showed you that same very firearm, in actuality, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not showing you Exhibit 199. This also is Officer Potter's firearm?
Yes.
Now, do you recall taking the firearm and the Officer Potter's taser on May 6th of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Describe the circumstances that prompted you to be in possession of both of those items.
Myself, Melissa Lauren, and one of our crime scene photographers, one of our special agents, we're going to take pictures of the items and weigh them.
Okay. And did you use a scale provided by the BCA Crime Lab?
Yes.
And when you weighed the firearm, what was included in that weight?
Ammunition.
17 rounds of live ammunition?
Correct.
And why did you weigh the firearm with ammo?
That would represent what was in the firearm the day of the incident.
And did you, you weighed both items, correct?
Correct.
Did you document the weights of those items?
Yes.
Okay, what were the results?
The firearm weighed approximately 2.11 pounds. The taser weighed approximately 0.94 pounds.
Okay. So the Glock with the ammo weighed about over twice as much as the taser.
The objection is overruled. I'll let you answer.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to discuss for a moment some other differences beyond weight between the Glock and the taser. Could you please put up simultaneously Exhibits 224 and 178? Was identifying differences between these two weapons something that you did in the course of your investigation?
Yes.
And can you identify some of the differences for the jury at this time?
Yes.
Okay. Please.
The evidence speaks for itself. Object.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
Thank you.
The taser is yellow. The firearm is black. The taser has a stocky body to it compared to the Glock handgun. The grip of the taser is shorter and wider than the Glock.
Let's pause on that. How much shorter is the handle on the taser?
I don't know the exact number, but when you're holding the taser, I guess you can't get all your fingers on it.
Okay, like your pinky finger?
Correct.
Okay. What about the texture of the grip?
The Glock handgun is textured the majority of the way around it, including the back. The Taser 7 has some light texturing on the sides, but not on the back. The Glock trigger is curved. The Taser trigger is flat with some serrations cut into it. The Taser has an external, I guess, on and off switch or safety. The Glock does not.
What does the Glock have in terms of a safety mechanism?
Technically, it has an internal safety, and then it's not really a safety, but the button on the trigger, it would need to be pushed in along with the trigger to be set off.
Okay. And so, and then previously you've already shown the jury in the demonstration the lasers and the LED lights?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any lasers or LED lights on the firearm?
There is not.
And you've already testified as to the differences between the holsters, correct?
Yes.
And the hands which are used to unholster the weapons.
Correct.
Okay.
I'll let the answer stand.
Thank you.
Do you want to move on, Counsel?
Yep. I now would like to show you another object. Permission to approach the witness with Exhibit 183.
Agent McGinnis, I'm showing you an item marked for identification as Exhibit 381. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is this?
A Taser 7.
Yep. And do you know the origin of this Taser 7?
I believe it belongs to the BCA.
How is it different from the Taser that we've seen today?
It's newer. That's about it. Unused.
What about with regard to the probes?
I believe there are training probes in there.
So these are not live probes that are functional?
To my knowledge, yes.
And what about the battery, based on your experience with this particular item?
It is not a live battery, or is not charged.
Okay, so besides the probes and the battery, is this item identical to Officer Potter's Taser?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time the State offers Exhibit 381 as a demonstrative exhibit.
No objection as a demonstrative exhibit only.
Okay. Yes, 381 will be a court exhibit. It will not be admitted into evidence because it's demonstrative only.
Now, Agent McGinnis, we went through some of the differences between the firearm and the Taser pretty quickly. Would you agree that a person can experience some of these differences better when holding the weapons in their hands?
Yes.
The objection is overruled. I'll let the answer stand.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, permission to publish Exhibits 381 and Exhibit 199, utilizing the services of a deputy by inviting jurors to place their hands on each exhibit here in court.
Counsel, sidebar, please. The objection is sustained. I think if there was an objection, members of the jury, you're going to be able to see the Taser and the handgun when you're in deliberations. It won't have a battery in it, so it won't be functional.
It won't have a live battery, correct.
Okay.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, counsel.
Good afternoon, Agent McGinnis.
Good afternoon, sir.
This Taser 7 is a new version of the Taser. Am I right about that?
Yes.
It just came out
Yes.
in the spring of 2021,
Somewhere in that area.
or it was just purchased by Brooklyn Center in March.
That's what
This year.
I was told, yes.
In fact, the only person who had a Taser 7 was, at the time, Officer Potter in that department.
Are you asking me, sir?
I'm asking you, yeah.
I'd have to take your word for it. I'm not sure how many they had rolled out at that time.
So, the Taser 7, or the Tasers in general, have a handle that is similar to a gun, correct? There are differences, of course, but it's designed so you hold it in your hand, right?
Correct.
It's designed so that you pull a trigger like a gun, right?
They both have triggers, yes.
And it's designed so you aim at somebody, right?
Yes.
And while this Taser 7 is yellow in color, the top is black, is it not?
Yes, there is black on the top.
And the handle itself is black, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know from your investigation that this Taser was working all the way through the 10 shifts that Officer Potter had it. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, on that day in May, you tested the battery power of the Taser, did you not?
Yes.
You found that the battery was 78% charge, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Well enough to fire the Taser, of course.
Yes.
Right? And it was a brand new gun, right?
Taser.
Right? Yeah, Taser. It was a brand new Taser.
Yes.
So it would be fair to assume that it would be in working order, a brand new gun. Is that correct?
Taser.
Yeah. A Taser, sorry.
Yes.
There is a confusion here between a Taser and a gun. So you would assume that a Taser that was fully charged or charged at 78% worked throughout the 10 shifts, correct?
Depending on what it started at, yes.
But you have no evidence whatsoever that this Taser wasn't operable, do you?
Correct.
Okay. And we have Officer Potter sometimes doing the test, the charge test, or whatever it's called. What's it called again?
The spark test.
The spark test, okay. But she did it 6 out of 10 times, right?
Yes.
And it worked, right?
Yes.
Do you have a percentage of the officers in Brooklyn Center who skipped that spark test?
I do not.
You also tried to find, or did find, an answer to the question of whether she had deployed her Taser since she was assigned that Taser. Did you not?
Yes.
And you found out that she had not deployed it whatsoever. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the last spark test was on the 9th rather than the 11th. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You have no evidence between those 2 days that somehow, some way, that Taser was no longer functioning. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And you also took Officer Potter in for a blood sample. Is that right?
Yes.
And she willingly went to the, I believe it was North Memorial. Is that right?
Yes, she did consent to the blood draw.
She consented to the blood sample, right?
Yes, sir.
And do you know the results of that sample?
Yes, sir.
There was nothing in her blood.
Correct.
No alcohol, no marijuana, nothing.
No, sir.
All the screens were taken. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
May I pause for a second?
Yes.
During your investigation, did you ever inquire of the Taser manufacturer why the Taser couldn't be shaped in a different fashion to avoid any confusion? Did you ever do that?
Objections, go direct.
The objection is overruled. You may answer if you know.
Could you repeat that question,
Did you ever
sir?
inquire of the Taser manufacturer why it has built a unit like this when they could easily have shaped it differently?
I did not, and I do not know why.
Thank you.
You may go ahead and redirect.
Agent McGinnis, you've testified about the Brooklyn Center function test policy. Does that policy permit an officer to not put their hands on that taser if they think it's working?
Wait a second. Beyond the scope of
Excuse me. I don't understand the question. Do you want to rephrase that?
Sure. The Brooklyn Center function test policy requires that an officer test it every day, correct?
Before each shift, yes.
Was there any exception in that policy?
No.
I think I had previously stated that it lacked foundation. I don't know if you've established with this witness that he's aware of Brooklyn Center policy.
Respect. Agent McGinnis, over the course of your investigation, did you review the Brooklyn Center conductive energy device policy?
Overruled. Counsel, do you want to re-ask that question?
Agent McGinnis, we were just discussing Brooklyn Center, the Taser policy, correct? Specifically the function test policy.
Correct.
And you testified on direct examination that it was required prior to every shift, correct?
Correct.
By the officer. The officer has to put it in their hands and conduct the function test.
It doesn't say that, but yes.
Okay. The policy does say, it's, quote, members carrying the Taser device should perform a spark test on the unit prior to every shift.
Correct.
There is no exception.
No.
Thank you. Agent McGinnis, are you familiar with the model prior to the Taser 7, the Taser X26P?
I believe there's one in between there.
What model is that?
Or it's at the same time, the X26P, then the X2.
X2. Are you familiar with the basic layout of those particular versions of Tasers?
Yes.
Do those have a similar external safety switch as what we saw in the X7?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Are you familiar with the custom and practices of individual officers within the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
I am not.
Anything further?
No, thank you.
Okay, you may step down.
Thank you, Honor.
All right, members of the jury. Oh, wait. You can go ahead.
You going to leave that Taser?
No. I'm going to excuse the jury first. Could you sit down? I'm sorry. All right. Members of the jury, we're going to take our afternoon break, 20 minutes. Okay, please be seated. Yes, you may step down. And I think Mr. Larson. Okay, counsel. Let's take a break. Okay, thank you, Deputy. All right, please be seated. The state may call its next witness.
This time the state calls Eric Copen.
Okay, good afternoon. Please stand in back of the witness chair. Raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify?
I do.
Please have a seat. Remove your mask. And then state your full name and spell it.
My name is Eric Keppen, and last name is spelled Koeppen.
Okay, a couple of things to keep in mind when you're testifying. Yes or no answers because of the court reporter. No or nodding your head.
Sounds good. Thank you.
If there's an objection, stop talking immediately and don't answer unless I tell you to. If you don't understand a question, let the lawyer know. And two people can't be talking at the same time. So wait until the question's finished before you answer.
Okay.
All right. Counsel?
Mr. Keppen, could you state your occupation for the record?
I work as a forensic scientist in the biology section of the BCA laboratory.
How long have you been employed in the biology section of the BCA?
I've been employed there since February 2017.
About 4.5 years then?
That is correct.
And what are your current duties in the biology section?
As a forensic scientist, we examine items of evidence, process that item of evidence for any sort of biological fluid, do examinations, take notes on that item, make any collections. We'll then process that item for DNA profiling, make any comparisons to known samples provided in that case, write up a report, do reviews on other scientists' work, and then testify in court as needed.
What is your educational background to do such things?
In 2013, I graduated from Hamlin University with a Bachelor's of Science in Biology. I also graduated with a Forensic Science Certificate from Hamlin in 2013 as well.
Have you received any specialized training since your employment at the BCA?
Yes. Upon my employment at the BCA, we are placed into a training program. This takes about a year. You are expected to observe other scientists in the laboratory, attend classroom lectures, perform written and oral examinations, and then complete a competency test at the end of our training.
And are you evaluated after that competency test? Are you evaluated regularly to verify your proficiency in conducting your work?
Yes, we take what are called proficiency tests. Those are twice a year. They're used to kind of examine our workflow and make sure that we get the correct results of the test.
And you've testified as an expert before, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, before we talk about the DNA testing you performed in this case, would you please explain to the jury quickly what DNA is?
So DNA is a chemical or a molecule that's found within the cells. It kind of is the makeup of who we are as a person. Gives you your hair color, your eye color, things of that nature. It's highly unique to certain individuals besides twins.
Is it possible to identify, besides twins, the DNA of a particular person?
Yes, it is.
When you identify the DNA of a particular person, do you have a name for that result?
We would call that a match.
A match. Oh, I'm sorry, but just the actual, what's it called, DNA profile? Is that of an individual? Is that what that's called?
At the end of our testing, we do obtain, yes, a DNA profile.
Profile of a specific individual, for example.
Of an individual, or generally after the end of our testing, it's an unknown profile until we make our comparisons.
Okay. Now, is it possible then to distinguish the DNA profile of one person from the DNA profile of another person?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, is it possible to compare the DNA of a known donor with the DNA found in an unknown sample containing DNA to determine whether that person's DNA matches the DNA profile found in the sample?
Yes, sir.
Is that sort of the middle of the road, what you do on a daily basis, sir?
Yes, I could agree with that.
What is a single source DNA profile?
So a single source profile is one that we determine to be coming from a single individual. We determine this since you get half of your DNA from your mother and half of your DNA from your father. At most, at the locations that we're testing, we would expect 2 types. If there are more than 2 types at the location, then we can call that a mixture of DNA.
So when you do have 2 single source DNA profiles, given the unique nature of them, are you able to determine if those 2 profiles are a match or not a match?
Yes.
Okay. What other types of DNA results do you expect to find besides a single source result?
Like I stated earlier, we do end up getting mixtures of DNA where there's multiple contributors to that sample. There are often times where we get samples that we're unable to make any sort of identification to.
Is testing a sample of blood recovered from a scene something you do on a regular basis?
Yes, it is.
Are you typically able to recover DNA from swabbing the blood sample?
Yes.
And when you test blood samples, are they typically single source profiles?
Yes.
But they could be mixtures.
That is correct.
All right. And you'll be able to determine that whether it's a single source or a mixture based on the DNA profile you receive, correct?
Correct. During our interpretation is when we'd be making that determination if it's a single source or a mixture.
Okay, I just want to move now on to the testing that you perform at the BCA. Based on your training and experience, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the DNA testing methods used at the BCA are generally accepted in the scientific community?
Yes, they are.
Does the BCA have a particular protocol or methodology that is used when performing DNA testing?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain briefly the DNA testing policy?
Yes.
Or process, I should say.
Sure. DNA profiling is done generally into 4 steps. The first step is extraction. We'll get a sample subjected to certain chemicals to help break up the cellular material and release that DNA into a solution. We'll then purify that solution to get that extract of DNA, so that purified DNA. This will bring us to our next step, which is quantitation. We'll see how much DNA is present within that extract and see if it's suitable to move forward in the profiling process. If it does meet a certain threshold, it moves forward to the next step, which is called amplification. We'll be targeting certain areas of that DNA for identification purposes, and we'll be focusing on those areas, making millions upon millions of copies of that area or those areas. And then once that is completed, the final step is interpretation, where that basically that sample is injected into our instrumentation. A profile is then generated. We'll then basically visualize that profile and make our interpretations.
Okay. Now I have a couple of questions about items which are collected and inventoried at the BCA. When an item is collected, are they typically given both a BCA lab item number and a description of what the item actually is?
Yes. When items are submitted, they're given a BCA lab item number, as well as a description that's provided by the agency.
So if you take an item out of the vault, you're going to have an opportunity to see both the item's lab number and then that description of the item.
Generally, the description is not written on the item itself. However, it is in our laboratory information management system, so I'll be able to see that on the computer, yes.
Okay. And those numbers and descriptions typically would be provided by the scientist or agent who collected or inventoried those items, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And those numbers and descriptions, do you utilize those when you issue a report about your findings?
Yes.
Okay. And that's done obviously to aid anyone reading it?
That is correct.
All right. Now I want to move on to the testing you did in this case. Did you generate a report documenting the testing that you performed?
Yes, I did.
Were certain items of evidence in connection with this investigation inventoried at the lab?
Yes.
Did that include a blood stain or sample from a known individual named Daunte Wright?
Yes.
And that blood stain was identified as BCI item 30?
That is correct.
Were there also a series of swabs taken from blood droplets located in this case?
Yes, sir.
And of the items, would you agree that based on the item number and the description provided to you, they are the following? Item 22, that's blood from the vehicle's driver's seat. Item 25, blood from the vehicle's front passenger dashboard. Item 26, blood from a vehicle's passenger side headliner. And then item 27, blood from the vehicle's rear driver's seat.
Yes.
All right. So you obtained those swabs to conduct testing on them?
That is correct.
And did the known swab of Daunte Wright give you a full DNA profile?
Yes, it did.
And were you able to obtain separate DNA profiles from those 4 swabs of blood?
Yes.
Okay. And of those 4 DNA profiles, am I correct that each one was a single source DNA profile?
Yes, you are correct.
All right. Did you compare the DNA profile from each blood sample to the DNA profile of Daunte Wright?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And are you prepared here to report the result for each?
Yes.
All right. Let's start with the first one. Item 22, blood from the driver's seat. What was the result of your testing?
So blood from the driver's seat, item 22, was a single source male DNA profile. That male profile matched Mr. Wright's, and that profile would not be expected to occur more than once among unrelated individuals in the world population.
Okay. Next, item 25, that's the blood from the vehicle's front passenger dashboard. What was your result there?
So from the front vehicle dashboard to passenger side, it was a single source profile. It was an unidentified female profile. It did not match Mr. Wright's, and there were no further comparisons on that profile.
Were you provided any DNA samples from any other known individuals?
No, I was not.
So you had no DNA profile from an individual named Delana Albrecht Payton?
No, I was not.
Okay. Item 26, blood found on the the passenger side headliner.
Item 26 was also a single source male DNA profile. That single source profile matched Mr. Wright, and once again, that profile is not expected to occur more than once among unrelated individuals in the world population.
And then item 27, blood from a vehicle's rear driver's seat.
Item 27 was a single source male DNA profile, matched Mr. Wright, would not be expected to occur more than once among unrelated individuals in the world population.
Okay. I'm now going to show you a series of photographs already admitted as evidence in this case. Could you please show Exhibit 191? I'm showing you Exhibit 191. Do you see the sticker on there which states 22?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you go to the next Exhibit 192? And you'd agree that there's a sticker on the front seat there that says 22?
Yes.
All right. And based on your training and experience, to what would you conclude that this 22 corresponds?
This number 22 corresponds to item 22, which I previously reported.
Okay. And that report was that it was a match of Daunte Wright's DNA profile?
That is correct.
Okay. Next, please show Exhibit 193. And then move on to Exhibit 194. Would you agree that Exhibit 194 shows an item 25?
Yes, sir.
Based on your training experience, would you assume that this corresponds to the item number 25 that you tested?
Yes.
And this was the DNA profile that was a match for an unidentified female?
It was an unidentified female profile.
Okay. Next, Exhibit 195. And then, can you see the item 26 on the roof of that vehicle, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and then go to Exhibit 196. And based on your training experience, do you believe that this was the lab item number you tested that was number 26?
Yes.
And am I right that the result of your testing showed that blood was also a match for Daunte Wright's DNA profile?
That is correct.
Okay. And then finally, please show Exhibit 197. And then move to 198. I'm showing you an item, if you could zoom in on that, Mr. Miller. I'm showing you Exhibit 198. Would you agree, if we close up there, that it shows item number 27?
Yes.
And based on your training experience, are you to believe that that is a match for the, that is the blood sample that you tested as lab item number 27?
Yes.
And that too was a match for Daunte Wright's DNA profile? Correct?
That is correct.
All right. You can take that down. So to summarize your findings, of those 4 blood items, 3 of them were a match for Daunte Wright, and that 4th one on the passenger dashboard was from an unknown female DNA profile. Right?
That is correct.
Okay. No further questions.
You may step down. The state may call its next witness.
This time the state calls Travis Milano.
Good afternoon. Please step forward. Stand behind the witness chair. And raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in connection with this trial?
I do.
Please have a seat. Remove your mats, please, and then state your full name and spell it.
Travis Melland, Melland.
All right. There's a court reporter taking down everything that is being said in the courtroom. Yes or no, instead of shaking your head, right? No, uh-huh, or uh-uh. Wait until the question's finished before you answer, so 2 people are not speaking at the same time. If an objection is made, stop talking. Don't answer it unless I tell you to, okay? And if you don't understand a question, of course, let the lawyer know, all right? Counsel?
Mr. Mellon, could you please state your occupation for the record?
I'm a forensic scientist for the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
How long have you worked for the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension Crime Lab?
For approximately 6 years now.
Could you discuss your current duties with the crime lab?
Sure, my current duties are to compare ammunition components found at a scene to each other or to a firearm if it was recovered.
And how many years have you been doing that sort of work in the firearms lab?
I've been with the firearms lab for about 5 years now.
Okay. Could you discuss your education and training to conduct such comparative analysis?
Yes, first I earned my Bachelor of Science in Forensic Biochemistry back in 2014. Once hired at the BCA in the Firearms Laboratory, we go through a year-long extensive training module in which we learn about the different makes and models of firearms, their history, how they operate, and then also with ammunition components and how they interact with those different firearms. And then we go through and hundreds of different ammunition components and gain that cognitive ability, what constitutes an identification versus an elimination from a firearm.
Okay. And as part of the BCA's yearly evaluation process, are you evaluated regularly every year to verify your proficiency in this sort of work?
Yes, we go through annual proficiency tests in the firearms lab.
And have you testified in court as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I'd like to talk generally about the background underlying firearms examinations. When an individual loads a semi-automatic firearm with ammunition, do you have a name for that type of ammunition, for a live round of ammunition?
Oh yeah, a live round would be considered a cartridge.
Okay. What are the component parts of a cartridge?
So a cartridge is comprised of a projectile, commonly a bullet, with a propellant or the gunpowder inside, an ignition source, which would be the primer end of the cartridge, all housed within a metal casing.
Okay. And the casing being the fourth, right?
Casing is the fourth part, correct.
All right. Now, when the gun fires, what happens to the component parts of the cartridge?
So when a semi-automatic firearm is discharged, the primer portion, which contains the ignition source of the cartridge, is struck by the firing pin, it creates an impression on that cartridge case, and then creates an exponential amount of gas and pressure. This allows the bullet to then travel down the barrel and out the muzzle of the firearm, picking up rifling characteristics from that firearm, as well as pressing against the breech face or the rear end of the firearm as well, before it is then ejected from the firearm.
Okay. When you conduct a firearms comparison, what items or components are you typically examining and comparing as part of your work?
Typically, we are looking at cartridge cases and bullets.
Okay. How does the examination of discharged cartridge casings and fired bullets enable you to draw conclusions about the use of specific firearms?
So, when a firearm is discharged and those components interact with that firearm, it picks up markings from that firearm that we can use and look at under a comparative microscope to make an identification or elimination or some conclusion.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what class characteristics and individual characteristics are?
Yes. So class characteristics are those that are predetermined by the manufacturer. For example, these include the caliber or the size of ammunition that the firearm takes, the size of the rifling or the grooves cut inside the barrel, the directionality of the rifling of the barrel, along with the firing pin shape, the shape of the aperture in which the firing pin goes through on the firearm, and as well as the finishing of the breech face that the cartridge case will press up against as well. If any one of these class characteristics differ, we can eliminate those components from being fired from that particular firearm. Individual characteristics are incidental to the manufacturing process and are more of the microscopic detail that are created through the manufacturing process, but also through the use, abuse, wear, and tear of the firearm itself.
Okay. And in terms of individual characteristics then, does comparing these enable you to draw conclusions about when a specific firearm was used?
Correct. We use individual characteristics for our conclusions.
Okay. I want to zero in just on discharged cartridge casings. I think you've talked about where specific markings are left on these cartridges when they're fired and ejected. Because of those marks left on the discharged cartridge casings, that's how you can compare and identify when they're ejected from a particular firearm?
That's correct.
Okay. And you can compare two discharged cartridge casings which are fired from different guns?
Yes, we could.
Okay. And that's using your sort of comparison microscope?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, let's say you only recover a single discharged cartridge casing and a single firearm. Are you able to somehow evaluate whether the discharged cartridge casing was fired from the gun?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Could you explain to the jury how that's done?
So we evaluate the firearm for those class characteristics. If all the class characteristics are in line with what we're seeing on our evidence cartridge case, then we can move on to test firing that firearm. And then we collect cartridge cases that we know of came from that firearm, as well as bullets during this process. Then we can physically compare the cartridge case known from the firearm to the evidence cartridge case collected at the scene.
Okay, so you do eventually do sort of an apples and apples comparison against discharged cartridge casings. It's just that you know the test fired one came from a particular firearm. Is that all right?
That is correct.
All right. Now, when you conduct your work on a given case, does your work go through a verification process?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that requires another forensic scientist to examine your work and to evaluate your conclusions?
Correct. Another examiner trained and also signed off in the same discipline will verify our conclusions.
Okay. So that's discharged cartridge casings. Now let's talk about fired bullets. If you only have a fired bullet and a particular firearm, do you have to go through a comparable test firing and recover a test-fired bullet to conduct a comparison?
Yes, similar to cartridge cases, we'll evaluate for class characteristics, and then if those are in alignment, then we go through and test fire, and we'll compare those known bullets from the firearm to the bullets if they were collected at the scene.
Sure. And this question might be just 1 + 1 is 2, but if you have a single bullet, single firearm, and a single discharged cartridge casing, you can compare all three items together, correct?
We only compare to a firearm. There's no way for us to compare a particular bullet from coming from a particular cartridge case.
You need the firearm for the test-fired bullet and the DCC, right?
That is correct.
Okay, I want to move on to the testing you did in this case. Did you receive a request to examine evidence?
Yes, it was.
And was that request made by Agent Mike Phil?
Yes, it was.
All right. With regard to the work performed here, were you asked to retrieve certain items of evidence which had been collected and inventoried at the BCA?
Yes.
Okay. Of the items, am I correct that you obtained 3 items?
That's correct.
All right. And when you obtained those items, they were assigned a lab number?
That is correct.
All right. And you generated a report based on your work in this case, correct?
And that is correct.
All right. And those 3 items that you got were item 7, that was a single 9mm discharge cartridge casing that was collected by Melissa Lauren. Item 13, which is a Glock 7 9mm firearm, which was item number 13. And then item 31, a projectile or fired bullet, item 31. Is that correct?
That does sound correct.
Okay. So the purposes of your testimony today, we can agree that you got a single discharge cartridge case and a single bullet and then the firearm.
That's correct.
And you were asked to compare them.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, before we talk about your results, I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same items. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor. Mr. Mellon, I'm showing you exhibits 199, 202, and 200. I'll show them to you each. I'm showing you exhibit 200. Would you agree that is the discharge cartridge casing?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 202. What? Pardon me. One moment. Item 201. You recognize this as the fired bullet?
Yes, I do.
And then exhibit 199. Exhibit cram item number 13. You recognize this as the firearm?
Yes, I do.
Were you able to compare the discharge cartridge casing to the firearm?
Yes, I was.
Did you follow the same method and procedure that you discussed a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
And what was your result?
I concluded that the fired cartridge case and the bullet covering the scene were fired by the firearm in this case.
I'm sorry, you might have went beyond my question. I just asked about the discharge cartridge casing. Did you also make a similar conclusion about the fired bullet?
My apologies. Yes, I did.
Okay. So in the end, your findings are that that firearm fired the DCC and fired the fired bullet in this case.
That's correct.
All right. Now, I have a couple additional questions about the firearm. Did you conduct an examination of the firearm as to its functionality?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you confirm that it was functional?
Yes, I did.
As part of your examination, were you able to examine an aspect of the firearm called trigger pull?
Yes, I was.
What is trigger pull?
In short, the trigger pull is the force necessary to pull the trigger or fire the gun.
All right. There's a phrase some laymen use, dropping the hammer. Have you heard of this phrase?
Yeah, more commonly with revolvers. But
okay. Well, that's what we're talking about. How much weight does it take to fire the gun?
That's correct.
Can you measure how that is, how much weight that takes?
Yes, we can.
Could you describe for the jury how that's done?
So we have a static weight apparatus in which we can hang known weights and poundages and hang that off of the trigger of a firearm. We measure to a point of which we can lift up on the firearm and not have the trigger get depressed consistently, and then also keep adding weight until we're consistently getting the trigger to depress, and we create a range of what that trigger pull would be.
Now, is there a typical range for force required to pull the trigger of any firearm? Typical range?
Yes. In my experience, anywhere between 3 and 9 pounds is fairly average.
Okay, so in this case, were you able to measure the trigger pull of Exhibit 199?
Yes, I was.
Right. And what were the results there?
Okay, members of the jury, we're going to stop early today, okay? And we'll start up at 9 o'clock, all right? I want to assure you that we're still on schedule, okay? All right, so have a great evening. Okay, counsel, please be seated. All right. The state filed 2 motions. I'm wondering whether the defense wishes to put in a written motion or just do oral argument on them.
Oral argument.
Okay. All right. Let's start up at 9 o'clock. I'll review the state's motions tonight, and maybe we can discuss them tomorrow. Okay? Is there anything else we need to put on the record?
On the record, no, but the state does wish to be heard in chambers with regard to an issue.
Right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Come on back.
We start at 2:30 tomorrow for the motions.
I don't know.